Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Squeeze in, everybody. Okay, we set up for 96, so, ooh. Well, we have two up here, Sonia. We have two up here. And one over there, one over there. Anybody else have one at their table? No. Whoa. We got chairs here. We need to move around tables so that we can have friends. Wow. And everybody's seated in their places at 8:30. Ooh, it's going to be a good day. Y'all see the agenda and you're like, okay, I got to get seated. Are y'all ready for an incredible day? My name is Jeannie Mintz, founder of Project Unity and the Community Partnership Board 31 years ago. 31 years of Community Partnership Board. 31 years. I was just 10, and I thought, I dreamed up, ooh, I love people to come together. No, I wasn't 10. Golly. So, okay, we are going to introduce. So this is going to be fast. It's 96 of you, and we've got a big agenda today. So it is, will people hear? Oh, yeah. Okay, that'll work. I'm not going to talk over them. Okay. Do you want to do both, go in that each direction? And then we go, never mind. No. Okay, introduce yourself. Where are you from? And then we'll do What's Up with CPB at noon. And as you well know, we're going to be doing all day long. So when you stand up even to ask a question, go on and stand up if you want to ask a question of anybody up here and say, my name is so-and-so and I'm from here. So that way we'll have it on the recording. And we can reinforce that. Yeah, okay.
All right, so I made the mistake of grabbing the microphone. Hi, everybody. My name is Jose Gonzalez. I'm the business and finance specialist at Project Unity. Been here off and on for, yeah, in addition to other things. Been here off and on since December 2016. And yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. We'll save those to the end, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dawn Peters. I'm with Woodlands Springs Behavioral Health Hospital in Conroe.
Good morning, I'm Ella Magruder and I'm with Project Unity.
Good morning, I'm Kathy Carpio and I am the Family Resource Center Coordinator at Beck Street.
Good morning, I'm Hannah. I am the Community Engagement Coordinator here at the Workforce Office.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Juana Cedillo, and I am here at the Workforce Office.
Good morning, Randy Whitwell, City of College Station Community Development.
Hi, I'm Art Roach, the Community Development Manager for the City of Bryan.
And I am Debbie Eller, Director of Community Services for the City of College Station. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Dorbecker. I'm with the School of Education and Development, and the name of the organization is Heart of Texas Gear Up.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nikki Jamal, and I'm with Family Support Services at Twin City Mission. But I also have to add, Mr. J. Meadows said, make sure you add your other jobs. So I'm also a part-time financial coach with the Financial Fitness Center. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Ashley Franco. I'm with Aguilane Pregnancy Outreach. I'm the pregnancy adoption counselor and case manager.
Good morning, I'm Felicia Bedford, the Health Equity Coordinator and Educator at the Bryan Health District.
Well, howdy, everybody. My name is Kayla Duckett, no relation to the donut. I am the Director of Education Outreach over at the Sexual Assault Resource Center.
Good morning, my name is Lacey Smith, and I am the Clinical Social Worker with Brazos County Health District.
Good morning, I'm Sharon. I'm with Project Unity with the PHASE program.
Good morning, Naomi Rextra. I'm with Unbound now, and I'm the Director of Programs.
Good morning, my name is Tiffany Stewart. I'm with Project Hope with Bryan ISD.
Jessica Douglas with Project Hope, Bryan ISD.
Good morning, Letty Corbus, Bryan ISD, Project Hope. Joyce Jones, Bryan ISD, PRS, Pregnancy Related Services.
Hi, I'm Regina Beard, and I work with the REACH project and volunteer, and I'm on the board, and work with their health and wellness.
Good morning, I'm Haley. I work with Project Unity PHASE program.
Hi, I'm Marissa Menjivar. I'm an attorney with Lonestar Legal Aid.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jared Pernetta with the Family Youth Success Program at Project Unity.
Good morning, Luis Mixa with the BVCOG Housing FSS Family Self-Sufficiency.
Good morning, I'm Patricia Lindem. I'm the Executive Director for the Children's Museum of Brazos Valley.
Good morning, Amber Neal, Care Coordinator with the Brazos Valley Area Agency on Aging.
Terry Dougherty, Director of Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Good morning, I'm Johnny Martinez with MCH Family Outreach.
Good morning, I'm Tanisha Pickney, Director of Social Services at Salvation Army.
Hi, I'm Queen Johnson, I'm with Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Hi, I'm Aggie. I'm with Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Good morning, I'm Heidi. I'm the Family Resource Center Specialist at Project Unity.
Good morning, my name is Lauren Schwartz, and I'm at Project Unity with Special Health Services.
Good morning, Chuck Flea with the Amber Alert Network, Brazos Valley.
Good morning, I'm Katie McKee. I'm with the Job Training Employment Program at Project Unity.
Howdy, I'm Casey Van Norman. I'm the new Executive Director for the Madewell House. It's an integrative counseling and wellness program here in downtown Bryan.
Hello, my name is Artricia. I am a parent educator for Project Unity's HOPES program.
Hello, I'm Demetri Miles with Brazos Healthy Communities, Project Unity.
Good morning, I'm Lisa with Brazos Valley Community Action Programs. I'm on the case.
Good morning, I'm Jessica Zavala. I am CSBG Coordinator for BB.
Good morning, I'm Joe Wilson with the Family and Youth Success Program at Project Unity.
Good morning, I'm Brianna Bree. I'm with Project Unity, the HOPES program.
Good morning, I'm Delisha. I work for Project Unity, the Fresh Starts for Vets program.
Good morning, I'm Callie Rowe. I'm with MCH and I'm a case manager and a parent educator.
Good morning, my name is Elaine Sanders. I'm with Methodist Children's Home.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am the Director of Family Outreach with Methodist Children's Home.
What's your name?
Oh. My name is Jessica Smith Carroll. Thank you.
My name is Ken. I'm with Project Unity.
Good morning. My name is Gina Jones. I am an FSS coordinator here.
Buenos dias, I'm Yomara Cintron. I'm the long-term care specialist for the Texas Star Kids Star Plus Medicaid.
Good morning. I'm Pearline O'Connor with Maximus Texas Health Star and Star Plus programs.
Hi, Delphina Sarita. I'm also with Maximus Star Programs.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Raquel Masco. This morning, I'm wearing my special projects coordinator hat with Brazos Center for Independent Living.
Good morning. My name is Marisela Esquivel. I'm an FSS coordinator, Family Self-Sufficiency, here with BBCOG.
Good morning. My name is R.P. Ramirez. I'm an FSS coordinator.
Hi, my name is Denise Andrade. I am with Head Start and I'm the family advocate at Southwood Valley.
Good morning, Barbara Burns. I'm with the Family Self-Sufficiency Program here at the COG.
Good morning, I'm Julie Brooks, a Senior Administrative Assistant with BBCOG.
Hello, my name is Janet Flores, and I work for Head Start as a family advocate in College Hills Elementary.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Gonzalez, and I'm with College Station ISD Early Education Services. I'm a parent training specialist.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Martinez. I'm the Family Engagement Specialist for CSIC Head Start and Early Head Start.
Good morning. My name is Desiree Tricero. I am the Family Advocate for Rock Prairie and River Prairie in College Station ISD.
I'm Tan, and I'm with Project Unity.
I'm Lauren Allman. I'm with the Family Success Program at Project Unity.
Good morning. My name is Mildred Flores. I'm a parent educator for Project Unity.
Buenos dias. My name is Maria Esquivel, and I work with the hosts at Project Unity.
Good morning. I'm Yolanda Williams with Twin City Mission. I'm a family support case manager.
Good morning, I'm Melissa Silva, and I'm a therapist and the community liaison coordinator at Oakwood Roots.
At the where? At the where?
Oakwood Roots.
At Oakwood Roots. Did I do it? Did I turn it on?
My name is Jeremy Dew. I'm the clinical director at Oakwood Roots, which is a private practice in town.
Good morning. I'm Allison Ross Carroll, Project Unity, Brazos Healthy Communities.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Garza. I'm the new Hub Supervisor at Project Unity.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Tate. I'm Fresh Start for Vets.
As you get closer to the back.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Rosario. I work for Brazos Healthy Communities with Project Unity.
Morning, I'm Stephanie Mason. I'm the Operations Director for OnRamp.
Good morning, my name is Tilly Flores, and I'm Advancement and Administrative Assistant for Catholic Charities.
Good morning. My name is Kaya Walter. I'm a community health worker through Brazos Healthy Communities Project Unity.
Good morning. My name is Desiree. I'm in Special Health Services with Project Unity.
My name is Lauren Trejo, and I'm the supervisor of Project Unity Special Health Services.
Good morning, Erica Walker, Project Unity Hope's parent educator.
Hello, I'm Morgan Hernandez. I'm the Program Quality Assurance Specialist at Project Unity.
And good morning, my name is Sonia Roberts. I am a caseworker with Special Health Services at Project Unity. Welcome.
Gotta single up
Every time I try to skip this part.
Hi, Amber Robertson with Brazos Valley Blessings and NAMI Brazos Valley.
Eric Barkley, Community Development Analyst for the City College Station.
Pat Chumman, Brazos Health Resource Center, part of St. Joseph Regional Health.
Anybody else? Oh, yeah.
Liz Brackeen, Resource Manager for United Way 211 office.
Anybody else that we missed on it?
Oh, now. Whoa. I need Project Unity to start, whoever y'all are, to get up here. Yeah, so new programs. Did y'all hear a lot of Project Unity in the house? My Lord, we have been hiring. I mean, really, seriously, this is the first, we had an agency-wide meeting on Friday just so we could meet each other before the CPB meeting. Because, you get hired and you go in your program and you could be a hallway away or, all the way to the Family Resource Center at Beck Street away. So, y'all, can y'all believe this? Okay, so Project Unity, we started in 1995. I was a parent educator for Bryan Independent School District. So a lot of people, we don't really take a lot of time to talk about Project Unity programs. So I don't know the last time we did actually something like this, but we've doubled our agency and doubled our staff in the last 3 months, as well as moved to a new location. So as you can tell, we've been very busy. And I would like, and we have put hopefully every part of our agency on your table. When we used to have one brochure and say, okay, do 100 rather than 8, to do 100 of 8 different brochures, but we really, really need you to have the information and to send us referrals, and so we can work together. The thing that I thought about is everyone was introducing yourself because we're all serving the same. I thought a couple of things. I thought, oh my gosh, we're all serving the same families. And oftentimes they're caught up in all of us because they're the same. They're not just my client, your client, they're our clients that we're serving and their name is the same. Look at all of us. We have a wealth of resources that as we all are doing things with the same client or the same family, it can be real chaotic for them. We might know what we're doing, but they have all of us in their lives. Oh, and we know that, but at the same time, it's hard to really think through that. But in that, I thought, okay, wouldn't it be great? There's not one group in here today that if we all worked together and surrounded that one family, they could not do so much better than if we're all doing separate kind of things with I just thought, wow, if we could bring in their name and their children, and then we have all of us sit around a table. Often we sit around a table trying to figure out services. What happened? Oh, this is going to happen all day. But we sit around a table trying to figure out services. They're sitting right here. They're sitting right here. We sit and think of things that y'all have at your fingertip. And if we had our one family sitting right here, and we did just let's all work together for this one family that we are serving, but we're serving fragmentedly, and we can't help it. Look, we can't help it. That's just the way it is. But at the same time, I just think, man, there's got to be. Or if we just sit here all day and didn't have an agenda and said, y'all go find whoever you just heard to go sit down and visit with them. And that might be something we do in the future, because all of that's lost if we don't sit here and work through some issues. 96 people sitting with families in the middle of us. There's something here. I don't know what it is. In my old age, I might think of it and I might not. But Ella and I are old. We've been together 27 years. Stand up, Ella. So together, we would like to introduce you, Ella and I would like to introduce you now to our Project Unity. And we do think this is our Project Unity from now to the end of time, or to the end of our time. We finally made it, to almost the end of our time. She's grasping and climbing for that full Social Security, but I mean, did y'all see all the young folks? We don't have retirement, y'all. Most of y'all are in agencies that maybe have one. I don't know, maybe you don't, but the larger agencies do. So Jose here is being put on the spot when you hear all these young kids saying, Project Unity, it's like, we need to get something going here. We'd like to keep the ones we have, right? So you're going to meet the staff. You're going to learn about the programs. And let's do more than learn about programs today. I mean, this day is to go back to the basics of what this community has to offer. That's why you're sitting here. And so, what? Excuse me, you're not Ella. What time is it? No. Okay, here we go. Woo! All right, so we're going to, I guess y'all can go as, y'all don't have to have a deal, but hold up, be sure you hold up your brochure when, that you hold up your part of your brochure so that they know what you're talking about when you're talking. So we'll get that in your hands. Okay, so I've been writing grants, it seems like, for the last 500 years. I do write the grants. I'm the grant manager for all these programs. And Kathy Carpio, she's been with Project Unity for how long?
6.5 years.
Okay. Oh. Okay. 6.5 years? Okay. So, yeah, it was so funny if we had gone around the table, because we could all introduce ourselves and say, we have several former employees of Project Unity that we love that are in this room today too. We could either say with Project Unity, and then you could stand up and say with somebody else formerly with Project Unity, and y'all might have the same people in the room that they could say, introduce themselves with who they're with informally. And I think it's great that we can come together, former, current, future groups across our land. This is our land right here, y'all, and to work on behalf of families. One of the grants that I wrote was to establish a family resource center at 1400 Beck Street. And we are going to talk about community resource centers today, but there is one in Bryan, 1400 Beck Street. And Kathy is the coordinator of that, and she's going to tell you just a little bit about what that is as she holds up her brochure so y'all can pull it.
It's going to be this one. So, yes, as Jenny said, I am the Family Resource Center coordinator over at 1400 Beck Street, Project Unity. We do provide a lot of different kinds of services, all for families, mainly children. We do child development activities. We have parent cafes, which most of our staff has been trained on the parent cafes, which is a wonderful program that comes together and brings families together. We do literacy. We do we have job training inside the facility, which is JTAP, which Katie will talk about more. We do lots of referrals, sending people over to crisis intervention areas. We do have mental health, where we can refer people out to mental health. We have also life skills that we are working on trying to get set up. We're going to start a program where we're going to have families coming in and families getting together. Read to Me. We're going to start that up. We include all our programs that we have with Project Unity, plus we also invite all of the community people. We also have a food pantry where we give out food to anyone that just knocks on the door, is welcome to come in and pick up 2 bags of food at any given time during the week. So, is there any questions, concerns?
That will do questions after.
Okay. Okay. So that's
right. And so at this point, any agency that would like to do services throughout the Family Resource Center, you'll want to contact Kathy. And I would like for Heidi to also stand up. It's real important as each program that y'all can connect who's where. So Heidi's also at the Family Resource Center.
My program is this one, Hops, the colorful one. And Hops is a home visiting program. We serving families in Brazos County, all the area of Brazos County, serving families with children ages prenatal to 5 years old. HOPS promotes healthy outcomes through prevention and early support. And our goal is to strengthen parent-child interactions and gives parenting support. Also, prevent child abuse and neglect, our priority. Increase children's school readiness. Provide early detection of developmental delays. We do some screenings at home. Parents as Teacher is the model that Ms. Jeannie chose for this program, and all parents as parents educators from Project Unity, they use this model for implementation. Our program includes personal visits, group connections, monthly. We do developmental screenings, and we connect families from our community for all the agencies and resources that we have. And we believe that parents are the first and most influential teachers. And therefore, HOPS program is ready to partnership with your agencies to empower families and children to reach their full potential. That's what we want.
My name is Katie. I'm with the Job Training Employment Program. Shouting. With Project Unity. This is going to be my flyer. You can see it.
Oh wait, we need all the HOPES groups to stand.
Oh.
Rewind. HOPES, all the HOPES. We have a couple not here today, so thank you. Yeah, Erica. Katie's by herself, so nobody can stand.
I am, it's just me. No. Okay, so through the JTAP program, we are enrolling 42 participants through the U.S. Career Institute, which is online courses. And the whole goal is to get them through the online course, take the national certification exam, and go into a career in the field. Most of them are healthcare fields, and then we also have the HVAC technician. To be eligible for the program, they need to have a high school diploma or a GED, and they need to either be a dependent between the ages of 18 to 24 or have a dependent, and they need to live in a household that makes less than $37,000 annually. And they also just need to be interested in taking the course to further their career and their skills to get a better future for their families. So that's what we're doing. So right now I'm connecting with the U.S. Career Institute and being on kind of both sides, where I'm helping the participants and then the advisors to really help the participants be successful in the course. Yeah.
Big part of it, helping them be successful in the course.
Hello, I'm Linda. This is my brochure, flyer, Fresh Starts for Veterans. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Got a little low voice. I've only been here 4 months, and as Jeannie said, I can look around the room and see some of my old coworkers from Bryan ISD. Hi. And we are veterans. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. First Start for Veteran is a program to where we work with homeless veterans that are coming out from being incarcerated or military. They have to have honorable discharges. We work with a lot of resources across Brazos Valley within this room as well, BB Care, work with Miss Amber, a lot of resources. Fresh Start for Vets. Eligibilities are at least 1 day of active duty service and the National Guard or Reserve. Most have been federally activated from duty. So let me just put the paper down, just tell y'all, you know, a little nervous. Fresh Start for Veterans help all of the veterans that are honorable discharge, and we have programs to where if you come out from being incarcerated, we send you through training. We partnership with a lot of the mission if they need housing. Fresh Start for Veterans have programs to where we have CDL programs, pest control, landscapes. We send them through training. We have a lot of resources that we connect with over the 7 counties. That's Fresh Start for Vets.
Okay, and so poor Linda. Joyce is sick. Joyce, our coordinator, is sick, and Linda's like, really? I have to do this? So it's job training and employment services. So it's funded from I wrote the grant, U.S. Department of Labor, so it's a federal grant. And we're able to offer all the job training opportunities that you see there. But it is not a social service arena. So when you have homeless veterans, the first thing you think of is you've got mental health issues, drug and substance abuse issues, poverty issues, and they think of that as just sitting there on the street waiting for us to come and say, we can job train you and get you a job. And they'll go, yes, I'm ready and I'm all together. I've got myself, take me, you know. That's what they think. And so we're on this other end going, how do we do this? But we're in our second 3-year funding cycle. And it's just real, you know, it's real important that you understand we do have to have them able, they can do on-the-job training at Project Unity. I mean, we can do it several different ways, but we definitely are enrolling vets into, we just got our second 3-year funding starting July 1st. And so if they come across and you need to send them to us, please do. Thank you.
And then we have a...
Oh, Delisha, stand. Where are you? Okay, she is, guess who she is? I made this up in the grant. Y'all have never heard this. I'm gonna let her say it. She has to memorize it anyway.
I'm Delisha. It's the longest title I've ever had in my life. I am the Outreach, Recruitment, Engagement, and Follow-Up Specialist for the Fresh Start for Vets program. The first ever.
So she's not Olaf, she's OREF. I created an OREF. You know, after 30 years of case manager, family support, blah, 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 I created an OREF. There's not one. I know, there just can't be one. But who doesn't want an outreach, recruitment, employment, follow-up? Who doesn't want that all in one? Y'all want an OREF? Y'all can name it in your next grant. You can say. Okay.
Good morning. I am Allison with Brazos Healthy Communities. So my brochure has the heart with the hand, or the heart in the hand. And our program is geared towards moms with their second pregnancy or more. And so we are committed to improving outcomes around patient care and reducing health disparities. And so we're in the homes with that parent, trying to identify where they are needing assistance and getting them the best care that we can give them. Brazos Healthy Communities, could you please stand?
She's like, who are we missing? I can know who we're missing. Double staff, and I know who we're missing in their staff. That's pretty good for an old lady. Oh, and we interviewed everybody like, who is this?
Good morning, y'all. My name is Laurie Nauman, and I'm the supervisor for the Family and Youth Success Program. I've been with Project Unity for not quite 2 months. So started September 1st, which is when the contract for phase started with Project Unity. We're funded by prevention and early intervention, and ultimately our goal is to help keep kids out of the criminal and juvenile justice system. How we do that is we actually serve 10 counties. So Brazos and all the normal 7 plus 3 more. My brochure is right here. The counties are listed on the back. And what we offer is counseling and coaching services for children, teens, their parents, the family unit, and then we also offer parent education for the parents, along with basic needs assistance and service coordination for whatever else they may be facing in their lives. We can deal with families basically with any kind of issues that they're having with their kids. They can be highly at-risk families whose kids are right there on the edge of maybe getting arrested. We can also deal with families who, we've had some referrals, it's like this mom has just had a major cancer diagnosis and her kids are really struggling with how to process that. We are getting referrals for people who, there's been a divorce in the family and the kids are struggling with that. Or maybe one of the parents has been incarcerated and they're having to live with a grandparent. And the kids are just overwhelmed by what's going on in their life. And they just need some help coming alongside them, helping them parse through those overwhelming emotions and choosing behaviors that, healthy coping skills rather than acting out and ending up getting into trouble or beginning to fail at school. So we're partnering with a lot of schools in our 10 counties, also working with juvenile services and county courts, and anybody else who wants to send us people. We're super excited. We're really just hitting the ground running, trying to serve. The schools have been super gracious, very welcoming, allowing us to work with kids on campus during the school day. But we're also trying really hard to pull the parents in as well. We can work just with the students or just with the parents, but the best outcomes are going to be when we're able to work with both. You can only do so much and have so much impact on a child if the parent's not on board and also making changes in whatever the house situation is. And so that's what we're doing. I am super excited to be part of this team, to be able to lead this project. We have a great staff. We're still building staff, but we're out there in the communities now and willing to talk with any of you guys if you have families that we think we can help, but also if you have services for families, that's definitely, we are all about making those referrals, getting them whatever other help they might need to just help these kids be able to succeed and have positive outcomes for their futures. So my staff that's here, if y'all would stand up, we're down one today who's out of town. This is who we have right now. I'm gonna brag a little bit, y'all can sit back down. I have the only 2 men facilitators in Project Unity. So I'm just saying, I'm super excited. You're not a facilitator, Jose. I didn't say they were the only men. They're the only ones out offering services to families. And I think that dealing with kids, especially when we're getting kids who may be borderline juvenile justice involved, having been on my team, I'm like so stoked about that. So I just wanted to brag a little bit because it's not seen a lot. Other than that, we're still adding people to the team. Again, we have 10 counties, which is a lot, and some of them are heck of far away. So just, keep us in mind if y'all need anything, and we are willing and really looking forward to working with anybody else out there that can help our families.
Hi, I'm Lauren Trejo, and I'm the supervisor of Project Unity Special Health Services program, where we provide and coordinate care for people living with HIV and AIDS. We don't just look at it from a medical standpoint, we look at it from a holistic standpoint. We incorporate mental health, oral, food, transportation. I apologize, there's a little bit about my program on this main program one, mainly all you need to know is we coordinate care for people living with HIV and AIDS, housing, anything that we can do to remove barriers to ensure that they are engaging in their medical health care, and not only living the life that they deserve to live, but also the quality that they deserve to have. A lot of times people think that just because you're given an HIV or AIDS diagnosis, that you're not gonna live or these things. No one dies from HIV or AIDS anymore. They die from complications that stem from not taking their meds, period, point blank. And so if you guys have any clients, anyone that y'all come across in the community that need insured, uninsured, underinsured, whatever it is, send them our way, and we'd love to help. The only thing, they have to have an HIV or AIDS diagnosis. And so, and then my staff that's here, would y'all please stand? Yes.
Come on, Ella. This is her staff. I was like taking questions. I'm like, I'm just introducing and talking to y'all, and I write grants. I'm the, you know, I wish they were all mine. Ella doesn't let me talk to them because seriously. So I'm like, why isn't she up here taking questions? Come on, they're yours. Aren't y'all proud of Ella? Come on.
So do y'all have any questions? Okay, Pat.
Allison, you gotta make it loud. Do the women who you help in, sorry.
We'll do this.
Thank you.
Do they need it?
Do the women that you help in the Healthy Communities program have to be pregnant when they encounter you, or can they have already given birth to their second child?
They must be pregnant. They have to be pregnant to be in my program.
Hi, everybody. My question is, do you guys have an interagency referral system that would connect all of you with maybe something that we can send? So I know, like Miss Kathy has something where we can send that, but do the rest of the team have something like that as well?
Oh, boy. No. We can move on to the next one.
No, yeah, no, we're gonna look at you. That's a good question. See
Okay.
what you
Well, I'm good to look at, I
struggle.
guess.
I can kind of help.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
With
help
my
me.
particular program, we do not have something like that, only because of HIPAA and just some other things that we need to keep in mind for confidentiality, those types of things. As long all you have to do is reach out. We do have a email that's specifically set up for special health services information. So if you have any questions, anything like that, it comes straight to myself. I mean, people call Kathy all the time. Kathy gets the referrals, the health department, but we don't, for my particular program, we don't only due to like HIPAA and other things. But the other programs, they have an amazing interagency type thing. And so here you go, Jose.
Hi, everybody. So it's been a while since I've worked on the website. Our executive administrative assistant isn't here, and she's been doing a lot of the latest changes. But on our website for the different programs, projectunitytexas.org, if you go to the programs, each one has like an interest or enrollment form that'll pop up, and then it sends an email to the program supervisor. And so you can either fill it out for yourself or to refer someone, and then the supervisor will go out and reach out. Sometimes you got to be a little. Anyways, we'll go out and reach out to them and get everything started on their end. Of course, you could always just call us too, but this is a way that way it can come from us if you're wanting to refer somebody. And Jeannie's going to fill in all the things I said wrong.
No, we're trying to get online so you can go online. It'll go straight to the supervisor at any time. Any of these, when you see phase info at project-unity.org, that goes to Lori. It just looks like it's general, but it's not. It goes to the supervisor of each program. And that's why I wanted y'all to have the paper as well. But go online, and each program will have an online referral form that will go straight to the supervisor. Lori, you're the one that's gotten them so far. And it works?
Yes.
So you get referrals from everybody?
No, not everybody.
Not yet, not yet.
So it works. So yes,
It works. I get referrals almost every day.
yeah, we're a little bit behind ourselves because we're so like, okay, now we gotta do this, we gotta do this, now we gotta get a lot of people involved. And so we probably need to do a little bit better at figuring it out. When you said interagency, Do you have a suggestion for us? I don't know how to do that. I mean, you'd think if you could just see all of our programs somehow, not just go to each one individually, but
Kind of click it off, whichever ones you're interested in.
click off which ones you're interested in, maybe. We need to.
But yeah, we're getting there. Doing all this on.
We have one.
Okay.
How do you?
All right.
Okay.
What's your website? Let's go. Where are we going?
Workforce. Yeah.
So I'm Juana Cedillo, and I'm with Workforce Solutions right here, and I'm with the business service team. So the reason I'm asking that is because when she announced we are servicing generally the same families. So we have a really great interagency referral system, a lot like the one you've seen for them. But it does list all of our programs. So when you're servicing that client, you're able to select the multiple programs that are needed instead of doing it separately. And that just is easier and more convenient for the client, and you're making sure that you're able to really get them the help that they're needing. For us, it's been a benefit to do it like that because we're also able to follow up to make sure that that client was serviced and not just thrown to the side by it just being in the, the pile.
Yeah, no,
But I don't know how it works, but we do have a great one.
No, we appreciate the suggestion.
That's great.
Yes, that's wonderful. That's the natural progression, I believe, of where we were going. But like I said, we're just still kind of nailing some of these things out. Thank you so much.
Somebody's had a question.
This is just for Lori, and you might not know yet, but can you be more specific about the the services that you are offering to youth and families? Is it one-to-one counseling? Is it group work? Is it what's it
Yes, all of the above. So we are able to work one-on-one with the students or with their parents. We're also set up where we can work in family groups or other, small groups. I was going to. So the counseling tools that we're using for teens and adults, we're using something called solution-focused brief therapy. It's based in positive psychology. It's a short-term therapeutic intervention that basically pulls on the strengths and capabilities that the people already have and help them build that capacity so that they can make better decisions like in the moment, today, tomorrow, moving forward. We can do that with, like I said, teens and parents, but also with the family unit together. For the younger kids, we're using something called Coping Cat, which is specifically for dealing with anxiety and other overwhelming emotions for younger children, and teaching both their parents and the child how to process through those things and to how to cope and deal with the maybe overwhelming feelings in the moment. And then along with that is the parenting curriculum. We're doing Parenting Wisely, which is a long-term staple at Project Unity, as well as one called Effective Black Parenting, which specifically targets families raising African American children. We're super excited about that. Those can be offered individually in home visits, but also in groups. So we kind of can do whatever is needed. We have a lot of flexibility in the services we're offering.
What is your capacity right now, and what do you hope it to become?
Well, I was telling Jeremy back there at Oakwood Roots earlier, we have to serve over 500 people this year. So what is our capacity? That's a great question. But right now we're just starting out, and we are open to taking I hope I don't regret saying this, as many people as you want to send us, we will serve. We will figure it out because we have to serve, actually it's like 580 people by the end of August. So we can take them. Terry, if you got them, we will work something out and we'll do what we can do, for sure.
Send them and let us figure it out.
And like I said, we're still staffing. We're adding several more people. So don't feel sorry for the 4 people y'all saw and my one that's out. It won't just be on them. Well, right now it will be, but not forever.
Sorry, I also have a question for you, Miss Lori.
Sure.
So you said that you highlighted that you want to prevent juvenile justice system involvement for those kids and teenagers. Is that like a very hard boundary that, you have to not be involved or have any past involvement with juvenile justice specifically?
That's actually a great question. About our only constraint as far as eligibility is that we, according to the funding announcement and the law and all sorts of things, we cannot take kids who have been convicted of crimes at this point. If they've completed probation, I actually have a question about that I'm going to be asking. If they've already completed a probation, not sure, but if they're currently under an adjudication, then we can't serve them. We can still serve their family if they have other kids in the family, but not particularly that student. But we are also working to set up agreements with juvenile justice and county courts to be part of their deferred or progressive sanctions, so that even if they've gotten in trouble, but they haven't had a case adjudicated against them yet, but they're like heading to trial, that the judge can defer them to us instead.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're the last one, so you better make it count.
Okay. I have a question for the job training lady. I forgot your name, I'm sorry.
Name is Katie. Katie's the key. Job training lady. However you want to
Yes. Can y'all serve people that do not have children? Because it says or serving youth up to 23, so 24. So if we have a 23-year-old that does not have children, can they benefit from your program?
Only if they are a dependent in the household that makes less than $37,000. So if they're over the age of 18 and they're in their own household and they have a child, then they can be in the program, but they do need to.
It's just a single individual household now, basically.
They have to have 23, they have to have a child or be a child.
But if you're an adult dependent, if I'm still living with my parents and I'm 23. Yeah.
Okay, let's make it clear. I have a 23-year-old who makes less than $37,000. Can you help them?
A 23-year-old must live in a home with his parents who make less than 37.
Or with a child, his child.
Or with a child. So if he is single and 23 and no kids, he cannot come to your program.
Unless he lives in the home with his parents.
All right, but if he lives on his own? No, but he lives with mom and dad, yes. Okay.
Family focused.
Go home, move home. Just what his parents would
Okay, I guess that's it, huh?
Okay, Project Unity.
Yay!
You did a great job.
Big brothers, big sisters. Where'd Terry go? Oh, there she is. Huh?
There you are. Feel free to take a seat if you'd like, or stand.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Howdy. Howdy, howdy. I only got 5 minutes, so you can't like chat through it, okay? So Big Brothers Big Sisters has been around this community for some time, and I've been a part of it for some time. And right now we serve just over 300 kids a year. But you know, coming to these meetings year after year and networking with a lot of people in the room, you know, I'm thinking about how can we be more intentional about partnering, right? And that's why I wanted these few minutes to just talk about and encourage you to be creative and thinking about how you can partner with things that already exist. So North Bryan Community Center is a place that's been around for a really long time too. It shut down during COVID, and now it is working to get back up to where it used to be to serve the kids in that neighborhood. And we know the neighborhood it's in, right off of MLK and Bryan on the east side. And since Boys and Girls Club has moved a little bit further away, there needs to be a place a safe place and a welcoming place for the kids who live in that community. And so I met with Miss Maddie at the Brazos County Courthouse when we were both doing a presentation, and I hadn't met her before. And I said, we need to work together. This Maddie Carter, she's been around for a long time, and she's been running the place with a few Facebook people there, and you all know them, well, some of you know them. And so I also met with a man, a young man called Mickey Bird, and you might know who he is as well. And he was doing STEM programs for North Bryan Community Center because they're both members of the same church. So you know how this networking starts, right? And so first I asked Mickey, well, could you go up to Robertson County to Hearn and Calvert because we have programs there and do some STEM stuff. So he did that all last year. And so when I got to thinking about like what we can do to partner together, I asked them both, well, can we create a STEM center at North Bryan Community Center? How cool would that be? Okay, so there are such programs that Best Buy has built and sponsors throughout the country, and there's one in Houston, there's one in San Antonio, and there's one in Dallas. We never had anything like that here, right? And this is like Texas A&M. Why don't we have something like this here, right? And so we are just starting. I have to tell you that partnerships take work because relationships take work, right? And so our grant started October 1st, but we do have 3D printers and we have some laser things and computer stuff and things I don't understand how they work, but I know they were making dinosaurs over the summer with this equipment. But one thing that Mickey said was that without mentors helping the students explore how to use this equipment and what to do and to experiment, right? It's just a room full of stuff that won't be used, right? Because it's kind of intimidating. I don't know about you, but it's intimidating for me, right? And so we have a mentoring STEM program at North Bryan Community Center, all right? And so Quee Johnson is here. Yeah. She's in charge of getting the mentors for the kids and getting the kids involved. And so right now we have about 10 kids who are matched with big brothers or big sisters up there. So they come once a week up there. And we are still tweaking the actual room for the STEM program. Like I said, we have the equipment, but there's still some desks that need to be built and stuff. So anybody wants to volunteer to help with that, that would be cool. Or if anybody wants to be a mentor there and learn how to do the 3D printing with the kids, that would be cool too. So I just want to encourage all of you in this room to kind of like think out of the box, right? Like, how can we make this work? How can we partner? How can we join forces to make what's already been here relevant, right, to the community that we're serving and stronger? Because some of our agencies are a little bit larger than others, right? And we have the capacity to apply for grants that maybe some of the smaller ones do not, or the capacity for reporting and all that kind of thing. And those of us who can, we need to, right? We need to support these smaller nonprofits that are coming up and that are just new and have great ideas, right? But some of us more seasoned folks, right? We need to be supporting you, right? By partnering and building with what you have and allowing you to learn from us as well, right? Before we're gone.
So good.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that is my intention in my twilight season of, you know, nonprofits, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, is that I want to offer myself as a resource to any of you who want to know like how to write a grant or how to get started or, you know, how to build a program, whatever. I would love to be a mentor to any of you who are interested in that.
And I would ask her some questions. I mean, you know, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, we kind of like know it's there. Who's referring kids to you?
You know, this is the greatest thing. Because we do get some referrals from MHMR or from schools, but really, most of our referrals come word of mouth. Most of our referrals come word of mouth. which is really like encouraging to me because it means that families are benefiting from our services and feel confident enough to refer their neighbors, friends, relatives, whatever. We have about 80 kids on our wait list right now, all right? Which sounds awful, but we also have like 40 or 50 volunteers in process, okay? So they're gonna be matched. But we seem to always have that many kids on our wait list, right? It's a continuing thing. We have about 150, 160 actives now, so that'll be over 200 within the month. But my staff work great, but I think the greatest part of our success is our volunteer retention rate. I brag on this every time I can. So 92% of our volunteers are still volunteering after 1 year. Right? So any of you work with volunteers, you know how amazing that is, right? And that is due to, I think, our preparation, our training, and our ongoing support of the volunteers. Because, you know, they're jumping into a relationship that they have no idea they're getting into, right? And so they need to have someone to answer their questions about, why is it this way? Why does this family do that? Or why is this kid this way? Or why isn't she more grateful is one we get sometimes. So we try to have clear expectations of our volunteers, right? Try to explain to them like, okay, this is what's normal. But I'm really proud of that, and the staff that work with the volunteers and the kids are the reason that's the way it is. But yeah.
So how long, if I say we have somebody, how long would we need to wait, do you think?
If it's a girl, not long at all. Okay.
Really?
We get a lot more big sisters than we get big brothers, right? And so we will match a big sister with a little brother if he is like 10 and under and the family is okay. But honestly, most of the time when the mom signs up her son, it's because there's no men in his life and they really want that big brother. And so we are recruiting more intentionally now for big brothers and especially men of color. And Maggie Lynn she's doing kind of creative recruitment like all over town.
Well, that is awesome. There was another question. Oh, do you find that happen, those senior moments? Let's talk about them, you and me. Oh, I'm a year or two ahead of her. That was so rude. But anyway, I am. Okay, so what group activities do y'all do? You do individual stuff, and I know you're at North Bryan, so you're obviously kind of in groups over there, but what group stuff do you do?
So our mentoring is one-on-one, all of it. We also at Neo Rec Center after school, we is also in charge of that. And then we're at North Bryan Community Center and in Hearn ISD and Calvert ISD. Okay, so in Robertson County, we do group social emotional learning kind of stuff with the groups there, and someone on my staff does that. But once a month we have what we call hangouts, right? And so this month, actually last Sunday, they went to the farm, right? Somebody's farm, and there were 40 bigs and littles there. That's pretty cool, right? And then they went to like the bee weaver place. They went there. We had the chemistry road show. So once a month we do these hangouts throughout the year, and it's an opportunity for all the bigs and littles to get together who want to come. But it's also, we also keep in mind building assets. Like, what does this group activity? What asset will it build?
Can you name some of those assets, those 40 developmental assets? Just one, two. You said asset, what do you want to build? What did the farm build?
What asset did the farm?
Hey Maggie, what asset did the farm build?
There's like community impacts, and you feel like your community has a positive impact on you, or you having a positive impact on the community, creative outlets, personal responsibility, do you feel cared for by your family, things like that.
So building capacity.
Joe's got a question.
Yeah.
What is the age range that you are focusing on for the children?
6 to 16, but we can keep them until 21. So if they're already matched, we can keep them in the program.
And most of your kids are what?
But most of our kids are like around the 12 to 14. We get a lot more like junior high, high school, big littles than we used to get. when I was in this program years ago, it was mainly the little kids, right? And when the volunteers would come, they would think of the little kid and the cute kid, take out, have ice cream, whatever. But those aren't the kids who are coming to us now, which is really awesome because one of the important things is that the littles have to want to be in the program. Like their parent can't just sign them up and you show up, right? Because it never works that way, because it's a relationship, right? So when we go interview the child, we say, do you really have time for this? Do you really want, don't you have a life? Especially if it's a 16-year-old boy, right? We say, you know, aren't you too busy to have one more person in your life? And they have to convince us that they want to be in the program, right? So these preteens and teens are highly motivated to be influenced by someone outside of their circle. And that's what they tell us. They say, you know, some of my friends are doing things that I don't think are quite okay. I want to see more than I can see in my neighborhood. You know, I want to have more experiences so I can decide what to do with my future. And you're like, heck yeah, I'm going to find you a big brother, right? I'm going to do whatever I have to do to find you a big brother. You're that motivated. And those are the young people who we really have a great impact on. And we have like a ton of stories because we served like thousands of kids by now, you know? And it's so fun to follow.
Okay, so tell us about one that came out of your program that you know succeeded.
Let me think.
Spot.
Put me on the spot.
But
okay, let me tell you. Okay, so we have a big sister, Catherine, right? And she's been matched with her little sister. What's her little sister? Liliana. And they've been matched for 6 years, 7 years, something like that. And Liliana's mom works in Bryan ISD, and she's been working there for a while. So Liliana had in her head that she'd probably just like go to work after high school if she got through high school, right? And so a couple of years ago, they didn't have a Girl Scout troop in her school. So her big sister said, well, we'll just make one. We'll just start one ourselves, right? And so they did, and Liliana ended up running the troop, right? So now she's, how old is she now? Do you know? She in high school now? So now she's talking about college, possibility of careers, you know, what to do. It's just so fun to see like where they start and where they go.
You know, this woman is a champion in our community. I mean, you talk about never give up. Never give up. From day one, never gave up. And I mean, it's come from a little seed to blooming where it is today. The key, I mean, we're all out here doing bureaucratic, I was going to call it a name, but I can't say that here. And in the end, it's that one adult relationship. And we're all about the kids. Even though we have all this paperwork we're shuffling, it's all about that relationship. And that's what she's been doing, whether it's underneath us, whether it's around us, whether it's through us, she's just doing her thing, making a difference. And I applaud you, Terry. Ooh. Now we're going to hear Unbound. Oh, question. Come on, Unbound. Let's unbound. Question.
What is the age of the Bridge brothers you're looking for? Oh, 18 and up. 18 and up. And do you have any that speak Spanish? We have had. Okay.
Well, we have a someone who works with us who speaks Spanish. So if you do have someone that is speaking Spanish, she will correlate for our Spanish-speaking families. Okay. Yes. Thank you. You're welcome.
And just go on our website and get involved, and it's drop down that says get a mentor, be a mentor, and you fill out an inquiry there, and we'll take it from there.
I just don't want to do it in the browser because sometimes that messes things up. Yeah. Let's go over brief.
Well, good morning, everyone. So I'm with Unbound now. Oh, that's great. I can see it too. And if you can go through the next slide. So Unbound now, here in Bryan, College Station, we serve the Brazos Valley plus Lee and Walker County. And we've been here over 5 years, and we served over 150 clients. Very exciting. But we're also part of a bigger organization. So Unbound now started in Waco, and we have 11 locations, 5 in Texas, and then international as well. And so we're part of a bigger organization. So Unbound now, our mission is to see the end of human trafficking, and we do that by supporting survivors of human trafficking, but then also resourcing the community. And so that's where y'all come in, because y'all are vital in the healing journey of survivors, but also like identifying potential survivors. So we have three efforts. One is outreach and training, youth prevention, and survivor advocacy services. And outreach and training, so we have a lot of different trainings. We have our human trafficking one-on-one training. So if you want to learn more about trafficking, we do training for medical professionals. We have training for law enforcement, counselors, but we also just provide training to anyone in the community. It's like an hour long. So if that's something you're interested in, just let me know. We would love to provide that for you. And we also have a training called the Commercial Sexual Exploitation Identification Tool. It's very long. It's called See It. And what it basically does, it's not a diagnosis tool or an assessment, but it's a screening tool. And what it does is it's assessing the vulnerability of youth specifically and the likelihood for them to be trafficked. Because we all serve vulnerable youth or adults, and a lot of times we don't know what to look for, and they might be exploited or they might be in a situation that is very likely for them to be exploited. And so this tool really helps you to look for the red flags. And then we also provide motivational interviewing and trust-based relational intervention, TBI. So those are some of the trainings we can provide as an organization. Then our big program is our survivor advocacy program. So what our survivor advocacy program does is basically supporting those that have been trafficked or those that are potential survivors of human trafficking. And we kind of have 2 parts of that. So we have our crisis referral line. So we have a 24/7 crisis referral line, and we will take your referrals, or we'll talk to you if you're like have a situation and you're not sure what's going on. We can talk to you and kind of figure out what the next steps are. But we also take crisis calls. And so the majority of the time, it's law enforcement calling us or the hospital. They just identified someone they probably know is trafficking or they think it might be trafficking. And so we have 5 advocates. We're hiring our 6th one. And so that one will go to the hospital, meet the client. And I forgot to say, we're serving adult and minors of labor trafficking and sex trafficking. So all of it. And so they meet them at the hospital, and really the job of the advocate is to meet the needs of the client. And so a lot of times law enforcement is there, nurses are there, maybe DFPS is there, and they're all doing their job. But a lot of times the client is just sitting in the room. And so the advocate can focus on the youth or the adult, meet their needs, build that relationship, and communicate with all the partners that are involved to make sure that we all know what's going on and that it's being relayed back to the client, because a lot of times they don't know what's going on. And we know safety, part of safety is knowing what's coming and structure and predictability. And so that's something that the advocate provides. And just because they're together in crisis, it's so vital for the advocates to be with the potential victim, just because in that crisis, they really build a lot of rapport for them moving forward with our advocacy services. So all of our advocates have extensive training. They're all trained in trust-based relationship intervention. They're all trained in motivational interviewing. And so I would say the majority of what they do is so that was the 24/7 crisis referral, but then they have ongoing advocacy services, and those are long-term. So we get to walk with our clients as long as they want us to walk with them. And now they need a lot of resources in the community, but it's very confusing. There's a lot going on, and our community is rich with resources, which is awesome. And so our advocate helps them navigating through the systems that they're involved with, but also the different services. So we might refer clients to you so that they can get the services that they need that you might provide. But in addition, and I would say the majority of survivor advocacy program is providing emotional support to clients. A lot of our clients, their trauma is all through broken relationships, and so having someone that is trust-based and is really there for them all the time is very vital. And so our advocates get to do the fun things. They get to hang out with the clients, they go to restaurants or coffee shops and just hang out, get to know them, play games with them. One of my advocates went rock climbing with the client, and it's just really to build that relationship. But it's not just to hang out in those moments where they're just hanging out, they're having deep conversations, they're talking about life. And so one part of that is as they're talking about life, we do a lot of safety planning. And I think that's so important for them to understand what is safety and what are the resources that I already have internally or in my community. And what are some resources that we need to add to make sure we can keep safety? And safety is not just in one area. Obviously, it's as far as online. A lot of our youth are engaged in social media and they meet men online and all that. So we talk about that, but it's also safety on mental health, addiction, all of the things you can think of, we safety plan with our clients. And it's very important. We have one client, she had been talking with her advocate a lot about red flags when it comes to relationships. And so this random guy started talking to her and she said, red flag, red flag. And so she got it. And so I think that's very important. So as far as our eligibility, obviously, if you know someone is a victim of human trafficking, you can refer them to us. But we also serve those that are clear concern according to the See It tool. Really simple, what that means is that if there's a lot of risk factors for your youth or for an adult, then you can refer them to us as well because we serve potential victims also. So if you have an adult client that maybe is selling themselves to maybe meet their basic needs, then we could serve them. When it comes to youth, I think we all understand if someone is controlling them, and we call it like pimping out, we know that's trafficking. But I think what we forget a lot of times is when minors are exchanging sex for anything, whether that's housing, basic needs like food, a place to stay, a ride, or even belonging and love, that is trafficking too for the youth that are under 18. And so any of those you can refer. If you're not sure, just call us and we can kind of walk through it and see if they would be eligible for this program. Okay, the next one. Then we do youth prevention. So we go to JDC, and honestly, if you have a program where youth are together, we can come as well, and we provide our Keeping Our Students Safe curriculum. And so we talk about trafficking, but we also talk about worth and healthy relationships, social media, all of the things. And then we can help with screening people. Next. Then we have our early intervention program. This is a newer program. It was launched last year in the summer. And really our heart is not to just serve those that have been trafficked, but also prevent trafficking from ever happening. And we all know that those that are at risk are more likely because of the vulnerabilities to be trafficked. So our early intervention program is able to support youth that are at risk. We work a lot with Chuck. And so we work with youth that run away, I don't like the word, but they leave their placement for whatever reason. And when they're on the streets, research shows that 1 out of 3 are within 48 hours are approached by a pimp. And so there's a lot of risk and that we know that they maybe need to exchange sex to meet their basic needs. And so that's the majority of our clients. But anyone that is involved with the juvenile justice system, or there's other risk if they're meeting guys online and they don't know that the dangers of that, you can refer them to our early intervention program. And we have Laura, she works with these youth. And it's really similar to survivor advocacy program where they build that relationship, they get to hang out, they get to do safety planning. We also connect them to resources in the community because a lot of times with these youths, we all know connectedness is really important to overcome obstacles in life. And so we look at what does their ecosystem look like? What are the supports that they have in their lives? What can we add? What are some of the relationships that we need to strengthen? And so that's what Laura does with these youth. This program, however, is for max a year. so it's not long-term. And for some that are familiar with the Casey Life Skill Assessment, that's what we do with our youth, just to kind of see what are some of the skills that you have and what are some of the skills that we can increase and work on with you. And then a new thing we started a task force, which is really exciting. Last May it was launched. You might have been there at the meeting, but we work with the sheriff's office. We applied for this grant. And so we have 2 full-time investigators only focusing on human trafficking. And I know they're so busy, so they probably need more people, but they are focusing on human trafficking so that we can be not just reactive, but we can be proactive, because we don't want that in our community. And so we work with them, we do operations and that kind of stuff to just really, obviously we are the victim servicing side, so we provide the victim services and they do the investigations. And it's in the Brazos Valley, plus Lee and Walker County. And then the last one, if you use your phone and you take a picture, or you use your camera, then you have my contact info. So if you have any questions, you can always call and we can talk more about it, whether you want to receive training or whether you have a case that you want to discuss or whether you want to refer a client. I don't know if there are any questions.
Questions? We even know the question to ask. I'm interested about the assessment. I don't know anything about the assessment. Go ahead.
Just one question. If we are serving youth, we have a youth coalition with BBB. What about if we want to train the adults that are supporting them to recognize signs? Do y'all have a program for that?
Yes, absolutely. So we can either do the Trafficking 101. It's a basic overview of what human trafficking is and what to look for. But if you really, the other option is the commercial sexual exploitation identification tool, which is the screening tool. And that one just goes a little deeper of what is this population, what are the vulnerabilities, and what are the risk factors. So you would learn the screening tool, and the screening tool is really simple, and it's not where you sit with the youth and ask the questions. You just get the information you already have with your intake process or from partners that you're working with, and then you're able to fill it out, and it really takes only 5 minutes. Yeah. Other questions? Okay, thank you guys.
So incredibly informative. Did y'all know something now you didn't know before? Boy, I did. I just learned a lot. Thank you so much. Nikki. We got Nikki Jamal here from the Twin City Mission. You can take as long as you.
I'm right before break.
Well,
I've been told to cut it short by a lot of my friends, so I'm gonna try to be nice. So, I'm not gonna use all my time because I have too many friends in the room. Everybody hear me all right? I know the mic's been going on off and on kind of. Well, thank you so much to Project Unity for having us here. Thank you so much to the Community Partnership Board for having us here. It is a privilege to be able to stand out here and talk about Twin City Mission's new program, the Family Support Services Program. Well, before we get started with the program, let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Nikki Jamal, and I'm with Twin City Mission with the family for the last 3 years. I started at the shelter with their homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. Then I moved to the FACE program, Youth and Family Services. And now we transitioned into the Twin City Mission Family Support Services Program. And I do apologize if I'm too loud. My 22 and 23-year-olds like to call it my teacher voice. Those educators in the room who are working with kids know exactly what I'm talking about. But for me, I'm gonna give my mother credit for it. I grew up with a mother that was deaf in one ear and had a hearing aid in the other. So I'm gonna blame it on her. Well, let me ask you a question. You guys have been asking questions, doing a great job. Now I'm gonna ask you a question. Put your hand up if at any point you have in any way volunteered with a nonprofit, given time to a cause, shopped at a thrift store, participated in a charity event. Let me see a show of hands, please. Wow. Look around. No. Put those hands up again. Look around you. Look around you. Thank you so much. Put those hands down. Okay. Wow. Every one of you had your hands up. Why do we do that? Why do we try to create a positive impact? Why do we try to make a difference? Because we see value in it. All the work that we do, whether we're part of a nonprofit or we're supporting a nonprofit, we want to see value in it. That's the work that we do. We get value from the people that we serve. Now let's get back to the program. I know I get off on a tangent, but again, you know, I'm in the same age bracket as a lot of my esteemed seniors, so I would call it being seasoned and experienced. Okay? We're not old, we're not seniors, we're seasoned and experienced. Okay? Twin City Missions Family Support Services, the Home Art Program, funded by the City of College Station by a grant. To the College Station city officials in the room, I say thank you. I say thank you because I started the year as a team of 1 of 12, and I'm ending as a team of 1 of 4. So I say thank you. I know we spoke about collaboration. I know we spoke about working together. And I want to tell you all, it doesn't matter how big or small your organization is. What you do matters. Who you serve matters. Okay. The Home Art Program, Family Support Services. Let's get back to College Station. Just because I have them in the room, I'm going to give some brownies to Project Unity and City of College Station. I'm going to try to sugarcoat anytime I talk about them because I'm in their house and I'm talking in front of them. So think about City of College Station. What is the mission statement of the City of College Station? To promote and advance the quality of life of the community. The mission statement, correct me if I'm wrong. To promote and advance the community's quality of life, right? Okay. What is the vision statement of Twin City Mission? To create a community with opportunity for hope, acceptance, and stability. You see the alignment over here? Working together always works when you're working for a common goal. You remember, Ms. Jeannie, you talked about collaboration, right? We all are in here for a common goal, to make the community that we live in, that we work in, stronger and better and safer and more sustainable. So again, I'm going to get back to our grant. What is it? Okay. There's so much to cover. There's a little sheet on your table. It's an information sheet. Talks about the grant, and it gives basic criteria. It has 4 criteria. So let me talk about it. Oh, and by the way, no offense taken. No offense taken if you need me to repeat myself. I'm gonna blame it on my Indian accent. Okay? I lived in Brenham, Washington County for 9 years, been here for 17. Again, it's a matter of great pride to be able to come back to the city that I've been living in for the last 17 years and to be able to serve the residents of those cities. So City of College Station, thank you for that opportunity. Okay. When you look at that information sheet, you have certain criteria that we follow. We're talking about homelessness. Okay. We're talking about risk of homelessness. Okay. We're talking about, what else? You're looking at it. Give me one more. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have a lot of young people out here. Give me one more. What do you see out there? Navigation, right? Benefits navigation, okay? Life coaching,
financial coaching, okay? I know someone spoke about retirement accounts. We better have retirement accounts because Social Security ain't gonna cut it. So hopefully, I know Project Unity is gonna add that to its list, right? And for the young ones in here, make sure you enroll in that Roth IRA, okay? This is what happens to the old. You get off on a tangent, okay? But we talked about homelessness. We talked about preventing homelessness. We talked about risk of homelessness. We talked about benefits navigation. We talked about life coaching, financial coaching, okay? We talked about collaborating for resources. And this is why we're all in the room, because now I know I'm gonna go call Miss Kathy on Beck Street and say, hey, I have family that has no food in their house. Can I come by and pick up 2 bags of food? Okay? And we're gonna work together because she's gonna say, come on over, Nikki. We have so much to offer. Oh, and one more thing. Transportation for services. Now you may ask, hey Nikki, what's the criteria? You got the criteria in front of you. I don't care how big your house is, what your income is, because one of the most important things that I haven't mentioned, and I had a young speaker right before me talk about domestic violence, human trafficking, okay? That's something that we address as well. So I don't care if you're living in Indian Lakes and you're experiencing domestic violence. We're gonna try to help you. And I'm gonna tell you in this room today something that I tell every single client I work with. If I can't help you, I will find somebody that can help you. And that is what Twin City Mission Family Support Services with a Home Art Grant funded by the City of College Station will do for all the residents in College Station. Now you say, hey, you just said residents of College Station? Okay, remember, it's the City of College Station funding, okay? So charity begins at home, right? Right? Okay, so, and we collaborate. That doesn't mean I have somebody calling me from Robertson County and I say, sorry, can't help you, hang up. No, because you know what? I'm standing out here in this room with every one of you that provides services. I have so many esteemed co-workers, collaborators, nonprofits in this room. And I don't care who that person is. I don't care where that referral comes from. I don't care what that person needs. And I talk as the face of my organization. So when I say I mean we, okay? We don't care where that person is from. If we can help that person, we will find resources to go help that person. And this is what the program is about. Now, I know I said I'm not gonna take too much of time, so, because I have some really good friends here, and they wanted that extra few minutes for break time, so I can't burn those bridges, you know. But I'm going to end with something that I want each of you to take away. Something very, very important that I want each of you to take away. I'm watching all the faces over here, all 96 of them, right? Yes, okay? And every one of you is working to make the community a better place. And I'm going to end with a question that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. asked. And I'm going to ask you that same question. What is your life's blueprint? Remember, I said I have an Indian accent, so I'll repeat that question. What is your life's blueprint? Okay. What are you going to do in the organization that you are working and serving at to make it a sounder, stable, firmer, stronger, better, more wide-reaching place? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? How are you going to make sure that you deliver excellence in what you do, no matter the size of your organization? It doesn't matter if you're big or small to win. What matters is what you're trying to accomplish. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
All right, Nikki, thank you very much. All right, before I officially dismiss you into a break, I'd like to remind everybody to please fill out the sign-in sheet if you haven't. Project Unity staff, that means you as well. I know you're here, but the paper doesn't know you're here. So fill that out, and then we can take our break. We'll be back in a bit. Thank you. If y'all need the restrooms, they are behind this wall. You can go out this door or out that door and all the way around. Don't we go, but I can just do the key. Yeah, you can do it with that, or I can hold the keyboard over there and you mount it and whatever. Right or left. Howdy, CPP people. Hello. I'm so glad to see y'all communicating with each other, but it's time to start wrapping it up. Damas y caballeros, es tiempo ya para sentarse, por favor. Y vamos a viajar a Puerto Rico, ¿no? Sí, ahí está, vamos. All right, thank you for finding your seats. Yeah, that's you, Rachel. Good job. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Yeah.
Isn't this awesome, everybody? We're getting to know new faces. We're getting to know what each other does. And when we build these relationships across the room, we work so much better for our community. So this is so exciting to hear all the excitement and all the new friendships that are being developed. It's so wonderful and heartwarming.
Oh my God, I should have had you talk. They instantly quieted down.
Yeah, y'all know when the
Thanks,
city
y'all.
of College Station speaks, you listen as they sponsor these days.
Yes,
They are
they
the
do.
sponsor. Your food, everything you're getting on your table, your chocolates, and we're having turkey and dressing for lunch to be thankful that the city of College Station, we would not be here 31 years without city and without Debbie, who was here 31 years ago as well. So you got to understand, she's talking from her heart right now.
She was also 10 back then as well, y'all.
Yeah. So, and one of the reasons that City of College Station feels strongly about that is because exactly what is going on here. We're learning, we're finding out new information, we're helping new faces come to the table so that we can better serve everybody in our community all over the place, and provide those resources that they really, truly, desperately need. So.
Yes, all right. Well, thank you. No, thank you.
Yeah, you come sit down.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I didn't know what I was doing, y'all. Okay.
Be sure everybody signed in.
Yeah, so again, another reason why y'all need to sign in. I mean, she sees it, but it proves that we're doing stuff. Come on. Yeah.
We see. We are in the process of developing a housing action plan. So we know that nationwide housing is just a struggle. We know community-wide, people can't afford to live here. And so we're looking at current conditions in our community. We're going to pull together tools and resources. We have a committee that's going to help us look at what is right for College Station, what programs can we put in place, what funding can we access. It's going to be great. We're going to roll information out. We're going to ask for feedback from y'all. But when we started having conversations, and with some funding opportunities that we've had recently, I kept hearing a common theme: a community resource center, a hub, a place where families can come and get all the services they need in one place. But then I started hearing the residential aspect of several of these plans. And so I thought it would be a really great topic today to kind of bring some people into the room and talk about what their plans are, what they've already got in place and moving forward, what the hopes and dreams are of some of these organizations, and then find out if anybody else is talking about this or thinking about this. Because we've talked about collaboration. We can do more things together than we can if we stay in our silos. So that was when I talked to Jeannie and I found out what's happening at the Beck Street House with their community resource center. So I just wanted to bring everybody together and talk about that. So the first person up is Captain Luis Villanueva of the Salvation Army, and he's going to talk about their Center for Hope.
All right, thank you. Welcome everybody. Howdy. I should say howdy for whatever reason. Howdy. I'm not from here. You can see I'm originally from Chile, South America. So when you say something in Spanish, I knew exactly what you were saying. He was not cussing, by the way. He said nice things about all of you. But the Salvation Army, you know, we wear these red things. Means nothing to you, but it means a lot to us. We have family in 133 countries around the world. So the Salvation Army is around globally. And what it means actually is, if we see two S's right here, is something that you may ask is, we are saved by Jesus to serve people. Amen. This is the two S's right here. So when I wear this, I feel like a Superman. Not because of me, because of Jesus. He made me super because I'm saved to serve. So that helps me when I'm driving and I see somebody giving me the finger or going faster and I'm driving a Salvation Army vehicle that says Salvation Army there. It helps me to contain myself and remember who I am in Christ. So if somebody else needs a uniform like this to remind you who you are in Christ, please, you need to be part of the Salvation Army. Anyway, enough of that. I need to put the timer right now because I have an hour, but I want to take you just less than an hour. So the Salvation Army, you know, our motivation, as you can see, I'm a executive director, but my calling is to be a pastor. So I'm a pastor with my wife. We both are pastors. So the Salvation Army is a church. Yeah, big. So it's not just a thrift store that you just throw your clothes and see what you can do with that. No. It's a church. We do everything because, again, we are saved to serve. Right? So that's all the motivations that we have behind it. So one of the things that Debbie was saying is that we have a big problem right here in Bryan College Station. And I just got here with my family in June from Dallas. So I was driving freely from Texas and University Drive, and they said, enjoy it, because in a few months, this is gonna be crazy. And I'm telling you, it's been crazy. I've been enjoying going to the supermarkets every day like nobody's business. Just wait. The best time to go to supermarkets is when they're playing. So go enjoy, but as soon as they're done, come back. Anyways, I've been learning. Thank you so much for hosting our family. We love it here. The Salvation Army is called Bryan College Station, so that means that College Station is part of what we do. It's a place where we help the community as well. So, housing problem. When I got here, they said, well, there's no affordable housing. This is not something new to you. Everybody's trained what we're gonna do. There is the shelter, rapid housing. The problem with rapid housing is great program, but when you send people that haven't been educated with the budget, haven't been educated how to maintain a job, haven't been educated how to pay their bills or make those connections, or somebody turn mine down. I promise I'll be quick. So, and then even landlords, if they don't see that you're taking care of the apartment, they will kick you out. And that comes with education. And rapid housing is amazing that if you have that education, it will go well. What happened? Most of our families, they don't have that education. Nobody wants to take the time. Nobody wants to do those things. What happens? They get out an apartment. They're so happy. After 3 months, they're still going back to the streets. Why? Because they don't have that education. Well, no more. Here comes the Salvation Army. We have a plan. We're executing right now. We're going to show it to you. And hopefully you're excited as we are excited to show this to you. Not today, other day. But what I want to do today is just to tell you how much we care about our families and the education part. The Salvation Army, if you want to know more, come and do a tour. We will tell you all the things that we do. But today is Center of Hope. The Center of Hope is a proven program. It's been in the Salvation Army for 10 or plus years in different states. Even here in Texas, we have this program. We are very successful with all the things that we do that. So what is Pathway of Hope? Pathway of Hope is a program that is hosting families one at a time or 5 at a time, who wants to overcome their poverty and want to overcome the cycle of poverty. They say, I want the help, I want to learn. So that's our program. It could go from 3 months to 6 months to 9 months to 12 months to 18 months to 24 months. We just want to make sure that they are ready to get that house and maintain it. So the Pathway of Hope is extreme case management. That means 24/7. Teaching you, being with you, open your bank account, how you're gonna pay. You're gonna pay this, you're gonna pay that. Teaching you how to cook a meal, how to make the best out of your cooking meal or cooking money that you have. You know, the thing is that people, they don't know how to do a budget. They don't know how to prioritize things. And at the end of the month, they're still with no money in their pockets. It's not that they don't have a job. Maybe they have 2 jobs, but they don't know how to, go to buy a $100 thing when they need to pay. So again, Pathway of Hope. We want to teach one family at a time. We're going to host them. Now, as you have been the Salvation Army, our building's from the 50s, so that's not going to work. It's really old. We don't have a space for no rooms, for nothing right now. So that's the part that you and all of us are going to be part of that. Hopefully, at the end of the day, at the end of this month, or at the end of this year, you can be part of that. So here's the thing. We're going to renovate from the ground our existing building in Cabot Avenue in Bryan. We're going to tear everything apart. But one thing, we're not going to tear apart a beautiful chapel. That stained glass right there is beautiful. People be like, my grandfather, he was in this chapel. My grandparents got married in this chapel, so that stained glass needs to stay there. Okay, so that's the only thing that's gonna be standing. The rest is gonna be just renovated and broken down. So, but here's the thing. Here's how it's gonna look. I know, I'm telling you. We are safe to serve. So Jesus is taking this wheel right now. It's not me. So we have a playground, we have a chapel, we have a beautiful space over there. We're going to have a new parking lot. You know we're going to be so excited when I tell you how much it's going to cost us. So hold that applause. I want to see that applause when I tell you how much it's going to cost us and how much all of us need to. I want to see those claps. Tanisha, you're taking pictures of people clapping. We're going to get on the way out. That's going to be the back side. That's the back side of the building. Right there. This is gonna be our chapel. Our chapel right now, the sanctuary is facing this way. Now the sanctuary is gonna be facing that stained glass. You see that? So the Holy Spirit you will see when the sun comes out, it's gonna be beautiful. You need to come to our church. If you have your church, go to your church. We're not stealing any sheep. We're not in this business. But if you like us better, you can stay. Not because I'm the pastor. And you can see that I can be entertained as well, So that's how going to be a chapel. That's me over there with tight jeans. And I'm working on my body to make sure that those tight jeans, to be cool like other pastors. I'm growing my, I still need to work a lot. All right, but here's one of the living quarters. So you see it's gonna be wheelchair accessible. And this is for families from College Station, right? That wants to put the effort. Believe me, there is a lot of people who wants to get out, but they don't know, and there is nobody putting the time. The Salvation Army, we're gonna put the time 24/7. We're gonna teach you, we're gonna be with you. If you take 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, we don't care. The only thing that we care is that you can be successful. And when you get a home, you can just go and just have the life that God intended you to be. That's going to be our new play area. With the families, you see the apartments on the side. We're going to have about 8 to 10 apartments for families. And that's going to be a place where the families can go out and just enjoy fellowship time. You know how important is fellowship time? Right now, with all the houses and with all the apartments, there is no fellowship with anybody. How many of you have fellowship with their neighbors? Some of you, good for you. But there's many others that they don't talk even with their neighbors. But right here, they're going to have that sense of socialization. There is other people like me There's other people that look like me and we're in this together. Our kids can grow together. Our kids can do this together. So that will be we're going to be given the stems of social interaction. This is going to be a new fellowship hall or dining room. Right now, our fellowship hall is so small that we cannot hold so many things. But with this one, you know, even we're going to have a new chess game. You see it right there. And the Catan, which I don't know if you know, but that's a good game. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Our food pantry. This is gonna be called Choice Pantry. Who many knows what Choice Pantry is? Good. Because right now what we're doing is we get in the food and we just give it to the people. We don't know if they want it or not, but they receive it because they need it, right? But in this model, they're gonna go with a shopping cart. We're gonna give it dignity. We're gonna bring it back to the place. I need to choose what is good, what I don't want, what I need, and they just go around. And they will just go home with a shopping cart like any other person. This is gonna be part of the apartment. You see, we see a living room, we see a sofa, a kitchen, all included. For them to build their own meals. For them to have their own TV station, the couch for the family to be there and sit down and watch a movie together. When was the last time that these families have watched a movie together? They have a space where the kids can sit down and together they have a meal. That's why we put one table, so the families can sit around the table. Let me tell you, how many of us, sometimes we don't have time to have family time at the table. Believe me, you know, Jesus was very intentional about the table. And the best times was around the table. And we're gonna teach these families that the way that they can stay together is around having conversations around the table. How was your day, son? How was your day, daughter? How are you doing? Let's talk about this, right? Are you excited? I'm getting a lot excited. All right. Youth are very important to us. Music. I'm a musician. I can play several instruments. And I love music, and I know the impact of music on kids. And sometimes, if I'm gonna put my daughter or my son in piano classes, you know how much that's gonna be. But in this building, piano classes or guitar classes or any music class is gonna be for free. We need to find a teacher that can do it for free, but it's gonna be free. Believe me, it's gonna be for free. So anybody wants to volunteer musician, we have a place for you. It's gonna be for free. And that's it? All right, good. So we're gonna have 8 or 9 apartments, or 10 apartments. One of them or 2 of them are gonna be reserved for veterans. We love our veterans. So one of those 2 facilities are gonna be for veterans. We wanna honor them. We wanna serve them. We wanna make sure that they have a place. Now here's the moment that you need to clap for me and for all of us, because this beautiful building is not gonna just build by itself. It's gonna cost us $9.1 million. Thank you. Thank you. This is not public yet, so you cannot tell your friends, oh, look at it. It's gonna be public January. Right now, we're in the phases of asking big major donors to help us out. But then in January, I'm gonna be knocking on your doors. Believe me when I'm saying I'm gonna be knocking on every single door, because this is for the community. This is not for us. So when you see those red buckets outside, you know, Walmart's and College Station, when you see those people right there, remember these pictures. Remember this. This is not a dream, this is a reality. I want you to understand that. This is not a dream. We're not dreaming about this. This is a reality. So when you see those people, please, give your best. Or if you want to volunteer, I don't have much money, but I want to volunteer. Ringing those bells, you know, if you ring those bells for 3 hours, let me tell you, you can bring more than a paid worker. Yes, we pay people to do this. But we pay people to do the ring and the bell. But you know, when we pay people, they're not that motivated. As volunteers, they're like, and people's faces like, you know, and that's what we want. And this will be a reality. Let me tell you, College Station will be so blessed because we want to put our effort to do these things, but we need your help and support. Would you commit yourself at least today to pray for us? Yes. Good, thank you. Please pray for us. If we do this together, we can work with the shelter, right? For them to tell us, these families, they just need what you have. And then when I have, I can go to Wrapping House and say, they are ready. And they can take the Wrapping House and boom, one family down, thousands to go. But we go. You know what I mean? We're working together. The Salvation Army is here to partner. I'm gonna leave some business cards with Tanisha here. If you wanna just talk to us, talk to me directly. My phone is always open. I would love for you to come down. I would love for you to know and ask questions. And how can we work together? Thank you for your time.
Wow, so that's really cool. And that's for our community. That's amazing. So Kellen Wardlaw is here with Unlimited Potential, and she is going to tell you about the plans that they have for their facility as well.
Thank you very much. I will say, since I got slated after that, I have a legion of 40 that would love to learn to play every instrument, and I think that would be a great little trade, because, wow. So I'm at Unlimited Potential. We work specifically with youth who age out of foster care. So I think, I'm sitting there listening, I've never heard of that program, and that you guys are planning that, and that is everything our kids need, and more. So we work with they're not even in the cracks, they're in the chasm of every single system in our nation, state, you name it. And everything you listed, they struggle with, and I think that's fantastic that we're looking at a community-wide effort. Our intention, or our observation, is that our youth who leave care leave with nothing, typically. They may have a family member or two, they may have a friend or two that will let them sleep on their couch, and then otherwise they are kind of on their own. So we are looking at ground up, building every network that they have never ever had, and that is next to impossible if they don't have a place to stay. So right now what we do is, I love the term extreme case management. We are not there yet. That is our goal, is if and when we move into our place too. And I don't know exactly what that's gonna look like. This is awesome. I don't know how you guys created those things, and I'm gonna have to figure that out. They will have a place to put their head so they can build their life. And that is exactly what we are struggling with too, is we have people that want to change, want to make a difference, want to do differently in their life, and have no idea how to start. So we are doing what I would say intense case management. We have a young person walk through our doors. And for anybody that works with teenagers or anywhere in the young adult realm, which I can't speak too much about because I'm still in the young adult realm, but it's a challenge, and they'll walk in thinking they need one thing, and then you start to pull the threads and they need so much more. They'll walk in and say, I need a place to live, and then you realize they haven't eaten in 3 days. And they have no idea that that is a major part of why nobody wants to talk to them, because they are not being very nice or easy to work with. So we have a lot of people coming to us saying we need housing, and our community does the best they can, but as we know, it's extremely difficult to afford, and it's almost impossible to afford alone. And if you can't get along with people long enough to have a roommate, you're really kind of screwed. So we do what we can, and we have a partnership with BDCOG for our Foster Youth Initiative program. That's a HUD-funded program, and that is if our youth directly age out of care. So on their 18th birthday, they leave care and they're released into the world and told kind of good luck. And whoever they worked with in the system has usually done the best they can. They've done the best they can. There's not a lot for them waiting on the other side. But then we have our other ones that are taken in by a family member at 16 or 17 and then kicked out by that family member on 18th birthday. They don't qualify. They don't qualify for that voucher at all. So they are in the line with everybody else trying to do regular housing. Or you have the ones who were adopted, and then that didn't work out, and so now they're back to as if they were never adopted, and they also don't qualify for those vouchers. So we are actually getting a lot of referrals. Most recently, I don't know if everybody knows this, the Public Defender's Office has a case management program now, which is awesome. I learned that yesterday. And they are seeing our kids come through their office needing a place to live. But a lot of them don't check our housing box, so what do? We try to band-aid a bullet wound, essentially, and go from solution to solution until we can find something temporary or long-term to make it last so they can start to get on their feet. So, we have learned, just like I love the fellowship. The fellowship part of that is we are teaching socialization. A roof and socialization gets us way down the line. So our vision is that we have a place that is family centered, but community. So it's not all individual apartments where they can go in, shut the door, say, see you later, thanks so much, I got it. Where they have to be facing people sitting around the table, working together, working through their problems, where we can get them, again, to build the skills, to build the education, to be able to enter the world. So we have purchased a property on Anderson Street in College Station. Thanks to the city of College Station, the old nursing home that used to be there, that was a blight to the city, is now demolished. So we have clear land. And so what we are doing is looking to start with phase 1 of our project, which is 3 homes, which would house 15 up to 15. So we would use 1 for our operations, and then we would use 2 to house clients, and so that would be up to 10 young adults who have left foster care. And that would be where we switch from our intense case management to our extreme. I don't want to coin that term, that is exactly what it is, 24/7. We are working with youth where you think, okay, we need to give you a house, we need to train you, put you in a job, and we're good. Not quite. We had one, this is an example. She was in college, she was attending full-time, and she was wearing these shoes that were just too small for her. They were these Crocs, they were beat up. I was like, somebody gave you a nice new pair of, what are you doing with the Crocs? It started to just drive me crazy because I was like watching her feet just cry for help. And I was like, why? And come to find out, somewhere in her time in foster care, nobody taught her to tie her shoes. And at some point, she accepted nobody would. And so she just hid it for the rest of her childhood. That she didn't know. She would trade with people for shoes that didn't require tying. And it's the Crocs that didn't fit her. Didn't matter if you gave her new shoes, she didn't know how to tie them, and she was not about to ask. So that was something where she sat in my office, and I was like about to just lose it. Why will you not freaking switch your shoes? She just looked at me, she gave me this look, and I went, do we maybe need to practice tying our shoes a little bit in the future? She kind of nodded. I just went, oh my, what are we doing? How do we solve this problem? If we look at college as a finish line, and then you can't even manage your own wardrobe yet because nobody ever taught you. She had an apartment that she struggled to maintain. She was in school, struggled to maintain that, struggled to maintain her job, and we're still working with, and parent. She was also trying to parent. Yes. So then we're looking at generation number 2 or 3 or where we're at. So the vision in that scenario is when we are living, they have us on site with them all of the time, learning them, seeing the habits, noticing what the gaps are. That gives us an intervention point constantly. You can only teach so much once a week, over and over again in a class. Everybody in this community does a great job of providing those, and we are super thankful that we have places we can send them to learn things, because we can't teach them all. But we miss so much when we don't see the parts of their life that they won't let us see. This week we were talking about what defines success, because we have so many successes and so many perceived failures. We're not there yet, just with the developmental nature, just relationship, all kinds of things. So we, as a staff, we're talking all the time, what is success? What is success? Because we want to see people launched out into the world to make a life that they actually like or love. And we've kind of figured out for now, it's input driven. Our success is what we will put in for every single person, and then what they're willing to take it and do on the other side is their success. And so we are sitting there and we write down, and our case manager writes relationship, because that's what we prioritize with every single client. Tell them you don't owe us gratitude, and you don't owe us really anything. So you can come in here no matter how many times you make a mistake, and you can try again. So it's relationship, and then the middle section was in all caps in red, fire, because there's a time in which they test that, when they test it hard. And then on the other side of that was growth, and what we came to is what we're doing is basically trying to fireproof bridges in their life, because they have been told their whole life they're responsible for burning every bridge they've ever built. And I've had them tell that straight to my face. And so we are essentially right now fireproofing these bridges so we can see them long enough to see what they need. And that is hard in a day client outpatient setting. So essentially, we will continue to do that work. We have around 40, 45 clients that fluctuates up and down as they move and shift and do different things. And we are committed to walking with them through every step of their life that they'll let us walk with them. But we need more. They need more. They need people. They need friends. They need a network. And that is, your needs as you grow up don't change when you turn 25. We work with them until they turn 26. But we're also asking ourselves, what does that look like? Because you don't turn 26 and magically the light comes on and everything's great, even in the best of circumstances. So we need so much more, and that is what we are also trying to do. So community-wide is a struggle, and for these youth, they have nothing. They don't have anybody they can call, anybody who will watch their child, anybody who can do anything. And so we are trying to provide a home base where they can launch, where they can dream, they can hope again, and they can move on to create a better life for their future and for their children, where their standard isn't just not dead. Because essentially, that's what we've gotten to, is things could be worse for me because I'm not dying. It's like your life is not about just not dying. Your life is about joy. We had one, they got to pick their Halloween costumes this year, thanks to a generous donor. And she acted shocked. She said, I've never picked my Halloween costume before in my life. I didn't even think I was gonna have one. And Halloween's the one holiday you don't have to have family for. And so all of our kids love Halloween because you don't have to have somebody who will sit with you at the table. You don't have to have anybody who will invite you for the holiday. You can just go and you can dress up and you can pretend to not be you for a night and have a good time. And that is what we're trying to bring. And as we develop and as we grow, we want to bring that sense of home to them. So where we're at is phase 1. And we ask everybody to get involved however you can. We want to bring those first 3 homes within the calendar year. We cannot keep shuffling them from place to place and just rapid rehousing, fantastic program, exact same thing. 6 months, oh man, I would love to say that they do an amazing job, but our youth are not. They're not ready in 6 months. They cannot even swim. It is tough. And so they are burning bridges with other community organizations because they are not ready to use that resource. So we want to provide a home for 10 youth within the next calendar year, and then we want to expand over time. And what we really want to see from our community is we're very niche. So we work with foster youth, and they're very, very vulnerable. But there are so many that are near involved with the system. So if you take a close look, a lot of girls are removed from their home at a higher rate than boys. Boys are viewed as more able to protect themselves, so they go into the juvenile justice system, and they go into the criminal justice system. But their risk factors are the exact same. So we're working with a lot of families that are disrupted similarly to ours, but never checking the box of being in the system and facing the exact same risk. So we want to see a collective grouping of where we can all get together and where we can all work together, where we can walk with our people through navigating these instead of just saying, okay, go and ask them for help. Go and see what you can get from there. How can we all bring our power together to work with our entire community, no matter what their risk is? And so that is what we're hoping to eventually bring onto our property, as well as a central hub, a central building. I want to see the vision of our community come together as a whole. That's okay. And bring what you can bring to the table to bring what we can to bring life to our community. So anybody who's interested in partnering, you don't have to just work with foster youth. That's the thing we want to make very clear, is we connect, and they connect in every way because they have every need seems possibly imaginable, but so do families, so does our whole community. So we are opening the floor for a discussion. We are in a different development stage in Salvation Army, but we're still working towards hopefully providing a home. And so we want to see exactly how we can all partner too. Anybody who's interested in working together, I just like to sit, again, same thing, sit at a table and let's talk about how we can do it. Because as a whole, we will build a net, and if we work together, we can catch people before they fall much more effectively. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Isn't that amazing? I mean, we've got so much great stuff going on. The next person that's going to come up and talk is Max Sherrill. If you haven't met Max, he is the founder, executive director, person extraordinaire running the REACH project. And I wanted him to explain a little bit about what they're doing and what their hopes and dreams are in that regard.
Thank you, Ms. Steffi. Appreciate the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. How are y'all doing today? Doing pretty good. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Max Sherrill. I work with the REACH Project. And for those of you who don't know, the REACH Project is a nonprofit organization that was started back in 2018 with the idea of how can we galvanize students to serve those who serve us. Really first focusing in on the essential employees on the Texas A&M campus. But in the last 2 years, recognizing that the services we have created can reach much further and support many more families than just those. And so we are very proud to be able to open our services up to the broader community. We have 34 unique programs that range from meal distributions, ESL classes, GED classes, financial literacy, homeownership. We actually graduated an entrepreneurship class this past Friday, launching 50 new local businesses, all minority owned, which is amazing. And so a couple of our long-term goals is to create access to affordable housing. We have found over the years that roughly 50% of the essential Aggies on the Texas A&M campus are driving over 55 miles each direction to work on a daily basis. And so our idea is how can we provide a one-stop shop that includes housing so that those 55 miles each direction can be reclaimed into 100 hours a day, 100 minutes a day that can be reinvested into themselves and to their families. So that is definitely something that we are pursuing. We are not nearly as far along as our friends at Salvation or even our friends at Unlimited Potential, but we do have a piece of land that was donated to us in North Bryan that we're very excited about. With that being said, we recognize that the housing piece is going to take 5 to 7 years, and so we want to get started before that. And it really comes to a head with the recognition that we need a space. We have outgrown the space that we have. We work with about 28 nonprofits here in town to leverage their space, bringing our programs to their locations. And we want to create, in essence, some type of resource center where we can provide our 34 programs, but more importantly, pull in the broader community and larger nonprofit network to access the population that we've been able to serve. We work with roughly 4,500 families on an annual basis, nearly 3,000 student volunteers, and how can we help leverage that access and those resources to benefit the entire community? Not just the families, but the nonprofits as well. We know there are so many beautiful nonprofits doing so many wonderful things, and so how can we help condense and consolidate those locations so that people can access that, and when they do show up and they've navigated that 55-mile track, they can get more resources than just ours, all in that one location. And so we are actively pursuing this track, trying to find the best way to pull together, the best way to get the big players in town involved. And we're really excited because we believe we're making some pretty serious headway in this space. And so definitely excited to hear this conversation, excited to continue to partner with anyone and everyone that we can. The need, unfortunately, is growing on a daily basis. And so if we can come together and can provide a concerted effort to solve this problem, I think we will make a substantial impact. But again, we are still working towards our plans, trying to figure out what exactly we're going to do and how we're going to make it work. But we are excited to be at the front of this and would love to be able to have this conversation and continue to communicate with anyone who's interested in doing it. Thank you, Ms. Debbie, for bringing me up. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you all for all being here and caring for our community.
Yeah, what questions do you have for, Max, don't go far. What questions do you have for our three speakers? Salvation Army, Unlimited Potential, and the REACH Project. Thoughts, ideas. This is something that has been discussed for 25 years, is having that hub somewhere in our community where we can do exactly what we're talking about, is having all of the agencies co-located, or at least the services co-located, so that the families can come to one place and get what they need. So again, it was something that I heard all of this going on and thought, this is a great group for us to come together and talk about it and then see what progress has been made and where we might go in the future. It might be something that's on campus, is that correct? Yeah, so.
Sorry, I just was gonna ask, what is needed for there to become a center where we can all co-locate or the hub? So what is it that we need to do? Because I know you said that you guys have been talking about it for 25 years. I've been here for 25 years, so that might be a dumb question. But just what stuff do we need as partnerships to help make that happen?
I think just having these conversations to find out what is going on in the community. And then I know the city of College Station, this has been something that they have discussed and are interested in. It does take money. And with the rapidly growing community that we have, where does that money come from and how do we prioritize money for something like this over money for maybe the infrastructure that's needed to build houses that addresses the growing community and what we're anticipating is the housing shortage in the future. So I think it's incumbent upon us to continue the conversation, to talk to our elected officials, and to keep pushing forward to focus on something like this. Yes, ma'am.
Can Max talk to them about the entrepreneurship program?
I think that would be fabulous.
No, Max, because some of them start.
And the homeowners.
I don't know how they can do that.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted you to name your 30 programs. You just like left us hanging. I'm like, wait a minute.
We're here for a while.
Some of us know you do food. Some of us know you do entrepreneurship. You've got several different levels of entrepreneurship.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
what are, can you name all 30 programs?
I'll try. I do want to address this question real quick because it inspired a thought. I think something that Ms. Debbie said that needs to be underscored is we need to have a collective voice, right? We need to be able to go to those in power, those who are able to provide land, be able to provide funding, and show that we are all coming together to make this decision to serve our community instead of being a disjointed group all going after it separately, right? So how do we create a concerted plan? How do we create a united front that when we go and have these conversations, we can realize that this is serious and that we are going to follow through with it. And so, I think that's part of the underlying thing is all these separate ideas, all these separate programs, they are beautiful and they have a tangible impact, but it's hard for the city or any large entity to choose just one, right? That's not even really fair or appropriate. So how do we come together as that collective unit and make this conversation louder, make sure that people are willing to have that conversation with us? I think that would be a wonderful place to start, quite frankly. And I think then that's when we're going to have some serious impact.
So town hall?
Sounds like a good
Sorry.
plan. Yeah, most definitely. Kind of to address the entrepreneurship program, we are very proud of the entrepreneurship program we've been able to create. It's in collaboration with the McFerrin Center for Entrepreneurship at Texas A&M University. They focus on student entrepreneurs, we focus on community entrepreneurs. And we have, over the last 2 years, turned it into a 33-week incubator where after one graduates from our program, not only will they have a full business plan, an LLC filing, a business coach, they'll have credit repair, they'll have budget classes, we'll create market analysis, marketing plan, you name it. It's a pretty intensive process. And we're really proud because we actually are able to pay for the launching of those LLCs and of those nonprofits. And so this year, we will launch 5 nonprofits in our community, which are really all around very unique, very awesome nonprofits, but then also an incredible amount, about 47 small businesses. And so last year we launched 40, 6 of which already have storefronts, one of which has broken a 6-figure salary when the household income used to be $32,000, being a custodian on campus. Now at her daycare in Navasota has breached $101,000 as of October 13th. So we're really proud of this impact, and really what makes it unique is we partner with Mays Business School's Honors College to be able to come out and work hand in hand with families, being supported by students who have been trained in these various areas. And so they are relative experts. They are overseen by faculty and staff at A&M to ensure that the quality is being provided, but they literally get to work hand in hand and answer questions and build out these platforms and help create business plans and answer questions. And so it's been really, really awesome. We have 4 levels of certificates. Your business basics, it's a 9-week course where you come in and really learn the foundations of financial literacy. What is your why? What is the purpose of a business? Then it goes into your business entrepreneur certificate, and then eventually your Reach Entrepreneur Certificate, and then your Master's Entrepreneur Certificate, which is that 33-week threshold. And so it has been incredible. We are looking to launch another cohort in 2024, as well as a youth cohort. One of the most touching things that have come across our plate are many of the families came to us and said, our children have these skills. Unfortunately, they're being put to not good use. How can we help them realize that these skills are valuable, that these skills are beneficial, and that they can be used for good? And so we've been developing a youth program that we're really excited to roll out. We're going to do a beta test during spring break and hope to really scale that up as we continue to move forward. Was there anything in particular you wanted me to touch on, Ms. Felicia?
I like that part, because a lot of the people that attend those classes, as Max said, a lot of them I found they're all clients that we deal with. And so now we're able to see those individuals take that business at Body Butterworks and turn that into making money that they're selling on the website. They're putting their products in the stores, and a lot of them are clients that we actually deal with. But they're seeing how to take what they like and be able to make money with it. And it's just a phenomenal program. A lot longer than what I went to, thank God. But it is a great program. And they work with bankers. I mean, everybody there is like family. They're all like-minded. Whatever business you're trying to do, they're always finding a way of how to, like he does all the branding. They teach you all of that. So you're not left with it. When you get there, you want to open a business, it's because you don't want to do it. You're given every tool there is, every contact there is to be able that you can take that and make an income out of it, to be able to support your family.
And what we found is there's a huge amount of families that have side hustles to make ends meet, right? The reality of the situation on campus is it's an $8.30 an hour job. It's seasonal, it's not year round. And so side hustles are how families survive. And so through this program, we're able to turn those side hustles into legal businesses, businesses that are paying taxes and supporting our local economy as well, which is really awesome. And it's so cool to see individuals who quite frankly didn't think that they had something to work towards become their own boss and really inspire their children. And so it has been amazing. We have a partnership with Frost Bank. And so as a graduate of our program, you then qualify for a Frost Bank program that Ms. Amber actually just participated in and graduated from, which is another amazing opportunity. You need to work hand in hand with leadership at Frost Bank to build out your financial documents to ensure you are prepared for a loan, and then upon completion or graduation, you are offered a very, very nice loan option. It's not required to take, but you get to take that to support your business, and they have a very generous payoff structure for that, recognizing that those who we serve most of the time are in financial need. And so I'm really excited about that program. This was the first year that we were able to do it. We had 3 families participate. They all graduated this past Tuesday, and so it was amazing. It was really, really beautiful. Check out Ms. Amber's Facebook for all the great pictures.
How do you enroll in that, Max? How do you?
The entrepreneurship program? So we have rolling applications on our website and on our Facebook page, and it's a form. We will then take you through an application interview process and get you set up depending on which level you want to participate in. And then if you're really eager to get started, we can actually get you connected with a coach before the class gets started. And we support local businesses as well as nonprofit entities. To date, we have been able to support the launching of 7 new nonprofits, which has been amazing. Kind of the underpinning of the homeownership and entrepreneurship program, through a lot of research and support of Texas A&M, we found that the best way to overcome multi-generational poverty is either through homeownership or entrepreneurship. right? Being able to have that tangible asset that can be passed down from generation to generation, or create a pathway to create more income than a minimum wage job. And so we try to create an environment where we can meet people where they are, meet those immediate needs, and over time, through building trust and respect, push them down a funnel to either homeownership or entrepreneurship. To date, we have actually created 8 homeowners, which is an amazing feat, all of which were custodians and food service people from Texas A&M. One of my favorite stories to tell, and I'll keep it short, is that of Miss Kathy. Miss Kathy, 5 years ago, lived in Madisonville, Texas, and she woke up every morning at 3 a.m. to get to the Texas A&M campus. By 3:15, she'd be in the shower. 3:30, she would wake her 16-year-old daughter up while preparing lunches and picking out clothes for her 7- and 9-year-old daughters as well. She would then leave the house by 3:45, walk a mile to the Walmart. She would get to the Walmart, be in a carpool with 3 other custodians, drive 51 miles to Lot 100 next to Reed Arena. She would park at Reed Arena, walk a mile to the Hullabaloo housing complex on campus, and clock into work before 5:30 a.m. every single day. She would then take this exact same route back home. Luckily, Miss Kathy now lives in South College Station. We are very proud that her commute is only 7 minutes and not 51. And this is really our overarching goal. How do we help families live in our community? How do we help families achieve their fullest potential? And how can we help them set up their future generations as well? And so all those programs that we're talking about really have been designed in a funnel structure so that at the entry point of the funnel is just low-hanging fruit, easy to access, building relationships, whether it be meal distributions, whether it be Halloween events, Easter events. Then once we've kind of brought you in and you realize that we're here to support, we take you to some health options. Like for example, this Saturday we're hosting a free mammogram clinic in collaboration with the Rose in the Brazos County Health District. We have 44 women registered for their very first mammogram, which is, kind of mind-blowing. So then after we continue to go through there, we do like diabetes screenings, cancer screenings, we do health navigation. Dr. Beard over here created a platform where a nursing student, a pharmacy student, a medical student, a public health student wrap around a family, help set goals and help accomplish those goals. We've seen ladies lose weight. We've seen ladies overcome diabetes that was crippling them, and now they can live their own life. We've seen families get new jobs, get registered on public benefits, and so that's kind of the next step. But then we go into the education. Right? It doesn't make sense for us to ask you to go get ESL or GED training if you can't sit in a classroom because you have diabetes that's keeping your head out of the learning space. And so then we go to education, right? ESL, GED, we do tutoring for youth, we do youth engagement programs, eventually pushing and preparing individuals to either become a homeowner or an entrepreneur. And that village I was talking about earlier, we want to be able to provide all these programs with these individualized pathways in that built environment. So the Miss Kathys of the world can reinvest that 102 minutes that she used to spend in a car back into herself and back into her children. And so we're really excited for this platform. We do what we do through the support of the university and university students. We worked with 3,000 students this past year, over 300 student orgs to bring this to life. And we're really excited about this platform because it appears that A&M is finally becoming interested in what we're doing. So, I think we were seen as an adversary for quite some time, quite frankly, but then when we decided to pivot and open up to the broader community and not focus exclusively on the essential Aggies, I think the university realized just how much value we could add. And so we are exploring conversations with them. Of course, nothing is inked, nothing is signed or done deal. And quite frankly, we're not anticipating their support because we're going to do it either way. But if we had them, that would be pretty nice too. So we're excited.
So good.
So up until the beginning of 2022, we were a fully volunteer nonprofit. But then in early 2022, we hired our first full-time employee, Ms. Jillian Warner. She came to us from California, San Diego, California, in the Sharp healthcare system. And then since then, it's been rapid growth. So then after she was hired and onboarded, I was officially hired and onboarded. We then brought on 3 part-time staff, one of which was a family member that graduated from our program and now no longer has to work on campus, which is beautiful. And we're really excited because those 3 part-time staff, we have plans to bring to full-time, and we have about 2 or 3 more positions we're hoping to fill as long as we can figure out this whole finance. So that's kind of the next step, to be honest. But we are really limited in capacity by our staff. Nothing to be said about the staff. They are wonderful. They do way more work, quite frankly, than the one individual should be able to accomplish. But we have students lining up at the door to be able to volunteer to participate. We have families lining up at the door. We have waiting lists in the hundreds for homeownership, for entrepreneurship. And so we know that there's a lot of good that can be had. We just really got to figure out how to settle in and how to start bringing in more support so that we can bring on more employees so that we can serve even more
Any more questions? Isn't it incredible what these three organizations are doing and changing lives right here?
Yeah. Who learned something new? Come on, y'all. No, it's like, come on. I know you did. I'll come around to each one of you individually and say, did you know that? I know you didn't. Oh my gosh. Ella, isn't it great watching these young kids come up, do better than we did? Seriously. I mean, we're just kind of little fire starters. We're not going to make it to the promised land, but you will. And you will. Y'all are going to make it. Come on. Where's our unlimited? Where'd she go? Oh, you will. You will. We got to pull behind these groups, but honestly, I don't think each group knew they were here, and we didn't know they were here, and we have to do something to coordinate better. We can't give up. Just being in a room once every 6 months isn't gonna really help us coordinate better, do the work better. We have to get into small groups, meetings, discussions, opening our doors, opening the Family Resource Center in Bryan to all these groups, and all that's going on here. We've got to partner. We don't need to keep creating all the new. We don't have room for the new anymore, right? We're all just like busting out of scenes in here. So we got such great things already existing that we need to pull the resources from. So, what time is it? I didn't bring my watch. Oh, right, Maritza. There she is. Jose. There he is. Okay, surprise, surprise. There's a couple of surprises that have come in, and this one is a surprise. So I'll just let her take it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maritza Menjivar. I am Senior Staff Attorney with Lonestar Legal Aid here in Bryan, Texas. I know that some people are like, Lonestar Legal Aid, where have you guys been? Okay, well, I started here in this area 2019, right before the pandemic hit. I kind of went to the Bryan office 2 days, and then, okay, we're shut down. So right now, when you go to our office, you'll see that it says we are still closed. We are all online. There is plans to reopen. But we're still doing the work. I'm still doing the work. Right now, our staff in the Bryan office is Christopher Demerson, he's the managing attorney, and then myself, Maritza Menjivar, and then Lauren Alcala, she's the other attorney. You probably, if you've done anything with evictions during the pandemic, you probably heard Lauren Alcala and myself and Christopher Demerson. And so, but Lauren Alcala especially. She is now switched over to the VOCA grant. So she does exclusively cases with domestic violence. That grant has changed. The incident of violence must have taken place within the last 6 months. Anything that doesn't fit her grant comes to me. So the biggest thing we hear is, well, the biggest thing I hear, right, is that we've referred someone to you guys, or they're calling the phones. The phone goes all the way, and then you hear a click, right? The Bryan office phone is messed up. And so we've talked to IT about it a lot, and so until Christopher Demerson and IT fix that issue, this is the best way to reach us. I'm gonna give you my, show it to you here, and then give you my email, and go from there. If you go to the Lonestar Legal Aid, big emblem there, not the, yeah, there, just click it. And then if you go down to the middle, it used to be a big red button, but now it's changed. You go to apply now. Thank you, Jose. And then you go down, and then you can apply for our services online application. they'll make an online application. The biggest thing is a lot of the applicants do not have an email. They either don't know how to email, etc. Okay, if they have just their phone, we want them to have an email. It is best. But if they just have a telephone number, that's okay. But a lot of them have that spam blocker. So when you call, it says this person cannot be reached, or you can't leave a message. So if they could just remove that spam blocker just for the moment while they're waiting for our call. I don't mind calling after 5. Lauren doesn't mind calling after 5. Christopher Demerson is more of the manager attorney, so it's really Lauren and I that are calling. So this online application is the best way. If you have someone that you want to refer, send them through the online application. Now, I'm gonna give you my email, because if you're like, Maritza, give a presentation, we sent the online application, and we can't get anyone. Here's my email. For only you, for you to email me as the point person in your organization. So my email is M as in Mary, M as in Mary, E as in elephant, N as in Nancy, J as in Jack, I as in igloo, V as in Victor, A as in apple, R as in rabbit, at lonestarlegal.org. Menjivar. Oh, sorry, say it again. Oh,
Can
yes.
I type it right up there?
And so, and then also our fax. You could just simply just write it on a blank sheet of paper or your referral form and just fax it over. It goes to our email. It goes to our email, and I'm watching it. Clarissa's watching it. A number of people in our office are watching it. So our fax number is 979-775-5053. The other thing is that the community feels like Lonestar Legal Aid only does family law. That's not true. We do pretty much everything. The only thing we can't do is criminal law. But we're able to do non-disclosures, expunctions, truancy for those that work with the juveniles, truancy issues, and I could talk about that forever. And truancy, eviction, utility assistance. The biggest thing is my HVAC, my AC is not working, my heat's not working. The landlord doesn't tell them anything. Lauren and I are very passionate about those issues. We're not afraid to go to court. We're not afraid to appeal. So let's talk about it, right? You email me. We'll. Hey, Maritza, I have a problem. My client hasn't been able to come in. And so we do family law as well. Yes, we do family law. The biggest thing to take away today, guys, is that protective orders has changed. It's no longer family violence that has occurred in the last 2 years and is likely to occur in the future. Strike that part out. Family violence has occurred. Full stop. That changes everything. So let's start taking care of that, okay? For people out there, let's start taking care of that. It's not a problem. The other issue is we have a lot of standing issues, a lot of parental presumption that the parent is a fit parent. We have a lot of applicants that used to do drugs, no longer do drugs, have worked really hard to change their lives and want to take care of their kids. Let's give them a chance. Okay, so parental presumption that now exists. So you guys want to talk to me about it? I'm happy to talk about it. Guardianships, we do guardianships. I do guardianships. I'm the only attorney in our office that does guardianships. So guardianships are where the person is incapacitated. I've had a situation where a woman was driving a golf cart. She just kind of like hit her head, and the husband had to care for her. That's a guardianship case, okay? It's not just Bryan office. If the case is not under the Bryan office, it can be referred to any other office in the Lonestar Legal Aid map, and the map is on the website. If it's under Landwit, Legal Aid in Northwest Texas, we send it to Legal Aid in Northwest Texas. If it's under Trala, we'll send it to Trala. If it's in another state, we'll send it to another state. So that has changed. The other issue, which is super exciting, I don't know if anyone knows, but raise your hand if you do, then that's amazing. Back in the day, if a party was in another state, they had no clue where they were, and you would hear an attorney say, listen, you have to do service by publication, you're gonna have to hire an ad litem, this may cost you $500, it's not something that we can do now. That has changed. We can now publish the case information on the new Texas website, which is free. And now Texas Rule 145 says the county has to pay the ad litem fees. Boom, drop the mic, right? So it's amazing. So it's making it a fair fight now, especially for the adoptions. I have an adoption, you know, I've done adoptions in my career, but adoptions, we do adoptions, that's under family law. You name it, immigration. My specialty is in immigration, my specialty is in family law. I'm very, very passionate. I don't know if Norma Catacurt is here, but I work with Pat Morris, but Pat Morris is probably not here. But you've probably heard me calling Amber. I've called Amber, fired up about something, and Amber's like, Maritza, call here, call there, and I had just met Amber. So I'm not afraid to call. Don't be afraid to call me just, hey, is this a legal issue? Is this something that we can do? If I can't answer, Chris can answer. Chris has a specialty in criminal law, which is amazing. So anytime you guys want to talk, just give me a call.
Anytime you want to talk.
Anytime.
Questions? I have questions
Sorry.
on legal aid.
I have a quick question for you. I saw employment law, which was one of my questions. The other one is
Yes.
contract law. Do y'all do contract laws?
It depends on the situation. Yes, if it's a case in which a private attorney could charge a fee, we can't typically take those cases. But if they, it's a case like if they say, hey, it's gonna cost $1,000 to do this case, the private attorney, then we can submit a form that says, listen, this is gonna cost a prepayment of a fee, and we'll be able to take it. But we have to go through that paperwork first to establish that we're not taking a private attorney's case that they could get billing for.
Yes, that makes sense. And quick second question for you. If we're referring a family to register, what should we tell them the expected wait time would be as far as like a turnaround, a first point of contact?
Yes. Carmen processes the online intake. If it's more than 10 days, give me a call. If it's more than 10 days, give us a call. It's really only Carmen and Clarissa. If Carmen is out, then it's Clarissa. So there is a delay. But again, if it's 10 days, you guys are all a community partner now. Even though we don't have particular paperwork, right? Jeannie says, hey Maritza, we're a community partner, what's going on? We have to deal with it right away. What is going on? We want to keep that community relation. And so I hope that cleared up, and I hope you guys could.
I think you
find
cleared
that.
up
Yes.
centuries.
Yes.
I think you cleared up centuries,
I hope so.
right? Of misunderstandings with Lonestar. I think you
Yes.
cleared up
I hope-
centuries.
I
We've
hope
been
so.
waiting forever to hear that.
I hope so too.
Were y'all surprised by that? Her getting up and saying those words that came to her mouth? Yeah, go.
Yes.
Both cities work with housing clients that have fractured title on their properties.
Yes.
Do y'all work with those individuals to help clear those up?
Yeah, those cases will fall under me. And the biggest thing is, I'm not seeing them come through. Those cases usually borderline on probate, they borderline on a little family law, the person inherited the property, the transfer on death deed wasn't done correctly, but I'm just not seeing them. We get maybe one in a blue moon, and I think that's just because it's the phone. So hopefully the online intake will take care of that, yeah. And the more.
Surprise.
Yeah. The more information they have about everything, including the heirs, all the heirs, everyone has to be added into the system. And sometimes the family just doesn't know. Yeah, you inspired a thought and I lost it. We do
You're
transfer.
not that old. That's us.
But I get passionate. I talk faster than I want. But we do transfer on death deeds. We do affidavit of heirship, small estates affidavit, anything with probate, you name it, that's me. Okay? So just send them on down, and we're seeing a lot of that. Affidavit of heirship, small estates affidavit, Judge Locke, there's a new judge instead of Judge Locke, and so those are great. Just send them over.
Many reasons why the family don't get that done is because they can't afford it.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's great to know that y'all.
The biggest thing was Rule 145. They had to pay for that ad litem. That just changed. That's a game changer for us. That's a real strain on the families. They have to pay $500, and it's more than 4 heirs, or it's a real problem. But that's changed.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. I'll take care of
Don't
it.
worry, be happy.
And then it's not as complicated as it may seem. It's apply for help button up here, takes you to the right page. Takes you to the right page, and then you just scroll down and then click there. So as long as you're on their main website, you'll see that apply for help button, and then it takes you to the right page where you can scroll down and then do the online. So it's just 2 steps.
Awesome. All right, let's move forward. And is my promises girl here? Where's my, there. I saw you come in. I thought, okay, she's got to be my promises girl. There's actually 4 in the next section. And, you know, obviously when we start getting ready for lunch, everybody's eating. Y'all have your chocolate. So we go as long as we get till we get finished. But we'll have Chuck come up first, then Dawn, then Casey, and then promises. I forgot your name. Lacey, and then Lacey. Okay, Chuck.
Okay. That might be really straightforward.
Yes.
Start doing your intro.
All right, howdy.
Howdy.
All right. Well, first off, while he's getting that pulled up, really it's kind of humbling to come up here after hearing all the great things, the amazing things that we have going on in this entire region, in this community. We are a small nonprofit. And by small, I mean you're looking at the entire staff right now. But we do have hopes of growing. What I'm here to talk to you about today is the Amber Alert Network Brazos Valley. We are a regional missing persons nonprofit organization. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do. We are primarily a referring agency. We've worked with NAMI and the group at Unbound, as well as Project Hope with Bryan Independent School District. But I'm also going to be calling Lori with Project Unity moving forward. So again, this is a great opportunity to come network. But I want to talk to you a little bit about who we are and what we do. Before we get started, prior to me getting up here and starting to talk, who in this room has heard about Amber Alert Network Brazos Valley? Well, that's good. Those numbers keep going up a little bit each and every time I do this. So that means that we're getting the word out. We actually, after I talked to Ms. Jeannie, I thought I had never presented here, but I did some digging. It was back in 2019.
But we have new people.
Yes, and we have changed a lot since then. We have now moved from a part-time organization to where we are now a full-time nonprofit. I want to talk a little bit about the missing person scope and scale on a state and regional level, because sometimes people go, what does that mean to me here in the Brazos Valley? So nationally, every year, this is the totals from last year, there were 546,000 reported missing persons last year, and of those, 359,000 were kids. So that's at about 66% of missing person incidents involve a child. If we look at the state of Texas, we had 47,000 missing person reports last year, and 34,000 were kids. And so that takes it up to about 73%. So we have, as compared to the national average, we have more missing kids than the other states throughout the country. If we go to the Brazos Valley, of our 7 counties in the Brazos Valley region, on average, we have about 400 missing person reports every single year, and of those, right at 309 are kids. And so that takes us up to 77%. So again, we have even more children reported missing in our local communities than if you compare us to the state or to across the nation. One thing that you may have heard, there's been a lot of focus nationally. There was an HBO documentary series called Black and Missing. Is the disproportionate representation of missing persons of color across the country. Right now across the country, when it comes to missing person reports, even though our African American population is about 13% nationally, they represent about 32 to 33% of missing person reports across the country. So very disproportionate representation here in the population. The single biggest demographic that is reported missing here in the Brazos Valley is children, 13 to 17 years of age. They comprise over 70% of the missing person reports. Now, when I throw those numbers out, say 300 missing kids, a lot of times people freak out a little bit, going, why am I not hearing about this? Most of them resolve very quickly. They're found that day, they're found the next day, whatever the case may be. However, what we have found is we have on average about 85 kids a year in this region go missing and are missing for 3 days or longer. Even though they're at risk, the second that they become missing, 3 days is kind of just a benchmark to look at and go, we have about that many missing kids that go, and certainly the longer they're out there, they're at greater risk for criminal victimization, they're at greater risk for drug and alcohol abuse, being exposed to criminal companions, their education is suffering. Young women stand a greater chance of unwanted pregnancy, and they stand a greater chance on entering into the criminal justice system as a defendant. All of those things can have a detrimental long-term effect, which I'm preaching to the choir here, right? If we had our Salvation Army preacher, I could get him to get up and give us an amen. I'm not quite as interested but right, so who are we? Our mission statement, why we exist: protecting children, preparing responders, and educating communities. And our vision statement, where we're going, we want to provide for the missing and those who seek them through effective notification, response, education, and family services. So what does that mean? We are able to respond to assist law enforcement and family members of the missing from the very earliest moments of a missing adult or child incident. That is to come out and assist with public notification, flyer creation, distribution, search, coordination and assistance, investigative consultation. My background is law enforcement. I retired from College Station PD, and so we can provide that. We can provide extended response. We have approximately 15 long-term missing cases here in the Brazos Valley. Those are cases where a person has been reported missing and has been gone for a year or longer. The longest of which is a case involving Sophia Felicita Marino, who was 16 years old when she went missing from Bryan in 1979. She's still not been found. We provide training. We do a lot of training for law enforcement and other responders on best practices. We have 27 different law enforcement agencies in the Brazos Valley that could have primary responsibility to investigate a missing person. We have a lot of small agencies, and we have a lot of turnover at those law enforcement agencies. So we do a lot of repetitive training in trying to just make that work. But we also do prevention training. We are a certified partner for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to deliver the NetSmarts online safety training program. And then probably the biggest thing that where we're going to now start coming into contact with you as other service agencies is in our public notification and in our support cases. Since we moved to full-time operations in October of 2020, I decided it'd be a really good idea to retire from the College Station Police Department and start a nonprofit in the middle of a pandemic. So that was not one of my brighter ideas, but since October of 2020, we have opened up and helped to maintain 158 different support cases related to missing adults or children. And one of the things that we're able to do is we're now, as a full-time organization, we're able to have a collaborative approach. I'm a big advocate on staying in my lane and letting people do the things that they're good at. And so I advocate a collaborative approach. We have worked with Unbound, we've worked with Juvenile Services, and just a little success story. I think you guys have probably seen some of our flyers, and you've seen some what I would call frequent flyers, where you've seen their face turn up multiple times. We have taken a collaborative approach, and I can tell you about two young ladies who showed up multiple times. I don't know if y'all have noticed, their pictures aren't showing up as missing anymore because they're staying home now, because we're starting to do this, addressing those underlying causes on why they're going. Our goal is to get them home because we can't address you can't address the underlying issues if they're out on the streets, if they're unaccounted for. So that's what we're shooting for. As a kind of a closing note, I told you about the disparate numbers of persons of color. Our support caseload, if you look at all adults and children, we are currently, right now, our support cases are comprised of 60% persons of color, so that's African American, Hispanic, and when you get down to just missing children of color comprise 71% of our support cases. So I was not very prepared when I sent this off because I forgot to put my contact information on the slide. So the email address, if you want to jot this down. Oh, also, I put these on your table. I got here a little bit late. I put these on the table. There's a display case back by the cookies that has more of these. These are just some of the things that we distribute when we go to events like First Friday, Halloween Town tomorrow night in downtown Bryan, if weather holds. We're going to be out there as well, but it's about our family support services. English and Spanish versions to give to families about what to do if their children go missing, and then child identification kits. But email address is on the back of this. It's info@aanbv.org. So that's for Amber Alert Network Brazos Valley.org. info@aanbv.org. And our number is 877-982-2628. That's 877-982-2628. And that's a 24/7 number. So questions, real quick, because I don't want to encroach on anyone else's time, but do we have any questions? No? Okay.
Thank you very much.
This is Dawn Peters. How many knows about this? I know, but look at that. Okay, well, here she is, and she's going to tell us some. You changed your email address, though.
Yes.
Okay, well, see, I knew that. Did y'all know that?
Yes, so thank you guys so much for allowing me to be here and speak with you all. Yeah, cool. He's gonna help me out. So I am Dawn Peters, like she said, from Woodlands Springs Behavioral Health Hospital. Yes, we are not located here, but we're here for you. I'm here for you. At the end of this, I'm gonna give you my cell phone number. I am a social worker by trade in grad school right now, so I have a lot of stuff going on, but I'm still available. And I just I'm glad that you guys allowed me to be here so I can make sure that you have the appropriate resource. So before I start, because one of the things I find is I do these presentations and people are like, I don't understand the whole process of that. So I want to give you kind of like an insight. So the other day, I was headed to my church group, our Sunday night Bible study, and I drove up and no one was there. And they said, we got to go next door. And I was like, huh, okay. So we walked back next door and the lady over there was saying she's going to kill herself. Now, of course, that's what I did for the first 10 years of my life. Life was crisis assessment. But everyone else was in a frantic, right? Because you have people that do not work in this field, or maybe just don't know how to deal with that, or things like that. So that's where we come in, okay? So I wanted to give you that because this has happened twice to me, and I don't know if I'm being prepared to get into that role of grad school and all that stuff, but I think it's just become more, you've just seen mental health increase over the years. So, and people are speaking out and they're asking for help. So I'm so glad for that. All right, so this is our hospital. We're located in Conroe. We're the closest psychiatric hospital to you guys. I know a couple of years ago you lost your hospital here. So So until you get one, I always say until, because I think it's always great to have those resources. But if not, we are available. So if you ever get the chance to do like a little field trip and you want to come down and visit the hospital, you can. Just text me and I'll set it up for you. We love you guys to come see the hospital. It's especially important for you to have that insight. So you can give that, say, I've been there, not that you stayed the night or anything, but that I've been there, I get the feel, it's clean, here's the staff, all of that stuff, okay? So it's super important. When I used to hospitalize kids, I never went to the hospital. And so I just think it's super important for you to have that insight. So, but if not, we have pictures online, and this gives you, these are actual photos of the hospital. So, because oftentimes if you're not in this field and you're the person that needs hospitalization, typically they go off of what movies, right? One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and it's very scary. Or if you've ever been to Austin State Hospital or things like that, it's the older, has bars on the windows, things like that. So it doesn't look like a hospital at all. So, who we treat, click 3 times. Okay, sorry. Anyone suffering from mental, behavioral, or substance use issues. So, and we're 13 and up. If you have someone who's younger than 13, I can absolutely help you. I live in the Conroe area. I work in the Houston area. I work in Brazos Valley. I work in Katy. I work all over, which is great because I am a walking Rolodex resource for you if you need a service that is not offered here, okay? So I am just all over the place, and if I don't know, I know someone who does know. Lacey and I work really great together because she knows other people too, and we just all connect, and that's what one of the things I love about you guys is y'all have just welcomed me in and loved on me. And anyway, so I've made so many good friendships here too. But we do 13 and up. Next. So we're a little bit different from other hospitals. Here lately, people have been saying, oh, you're the bougie hospital. So, and I'm okay with that. It sets us apart. Our CEO is actually a master's level social worker. So it's a little bit different than maybe someone who has a business degree or something like that. He really focuses on making sure that our staff are taken care of, therefore your clients are taken care of, right? Because we know if we're not taking care of us, we can't take care of anybody else. So with our exclusionary, and if you want any of this information at the end, I'm going to send my email and I can send all this to you. But yeah, so it's a pretty long, exhaustive list, but we're not going to take anyone who's aggressive. So that's a little bit different than most hospitals. We will take someone who is in jail, but of course it depends on their criminal history and what they're in there for. And then what we treat, so here's just a little list: depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, things like that. And then we also have a detox unit as well. So if someone needs detox, it's not going to be a long term, it's just going to be a short term. We address that, but the primary has to be mental health, okay? And then, so our inpatient mental health, the assessment is free. 24/7, and this is where it gets super important that a lot of people are kind of confused with. And since I've been in this for a long time, I can see maybe where it's changed, but the information hasn't gone out there. What we're doing is we're sending people to the ER. We are a hospital. You can send them straight to us. Once they go to an ER, the ER is going to do the exact same thing. They're going to assess them, and here you guys are contracted with MHMR, so they're going to call MHMR. MHMR is going to they're going to send out a fax, an exferral, and then whoever picks it up is going to take them. So typically the only reason you should be sent them to the ER is if they don't have health insurance, because that's where MHMR is going to step in. Excuse me, I'm going fast trying to make sure she gets a place. But MHMR is gonna step in and they're gonna find a contract beds. We have contract beds through MHMR. So that would be the reason. If someone has health insurance, meaning Medicaid, Medicare, TRICARE, all of those, Blue Cross Blue Shield, we will take them. Just send them down. And you can text me, Dawn, do you have a bed? I'm gonna send someone on their way. Of course, it's really important to make sure that they have someone taking them, right? So, you know, and that also encourage the support system to help them during that process too. So, but we're 24/7. We do have assessments, virtual, but we all know it's better to do those in person. So it takes exactly an hour. I drove here this morning. So, and then our inpatient treatment plan, this is basically just what's included with the inpatient treatment plan, all the things that we do. Okay, so this is an example of what the, patient will get once they're in the inpatient. This again is super important for you guys to have the information. I put this up here because once I used to do case management and all those things. They would ask me like, what's gonna happen when I'm in there? Do I just sit there all day? And so I never knew. And so when I started working for the hospital, I was like, this is super important for you guys to know. It is literally from 6:30 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, they're doing something. People should not be going to a hospital for a vacation. And I used to hear that all the time. I would have kids that would come in and out of hospitals and they're like, it's just so much easier there than it is at my home. No, they're there to get treatment. They're there to get there, get them stable, and then get them back in to you guys, okay? So, our outpatient treatment plan. So, this one right here that I put on your table, and if you want any of these, I can give you more. This is the best breakdown, so you don't have to remember everything I say. We have partial hospitalization. So the partial hospitalization is for someone that doesn't really match the criteria for inpatient. So this is going to be an extensive, it's going to be about 5 to 6 weeks and about 20 hours of therapy a week. So it's pretty intensive and it's going to be a group. So it's not typically what an individual therapist would provide. It's more get them in there, get them as much treatment, and then get them out to an individual therapist once they're done. And that's another reason why I work out here, and I was coming out here so much because I was trying to gather all the resources that I could, because we get so many people from you guys that are discharge planners. It's my responsibility to get your information and give it to our discharge planners so we can send them back to you guys. So it's not just like a send them to us. I'm a social worker, so I can't get that out of my, it's just ingrained in me. So we want to make sure that they're connected with the resource once they leave. We're not in the business of having people continue to come back. We want to get them stabilized and get them back to you guys. So the intensive outpatient, it's a little bit less. So it's about 9 hours of therapy a week. And both of these are offered virtual too. So they can attend virtual since it is an hour and it's pretty intensive. Which brings me to the next point. And thank you for letting me do this, because I'm gonna come back working out here again, and we're wanting to open up an IOP out here. So I've already talked to A&M, I've already talked to St. Joseph, so I need y'all's help to get this started. If you know anyone who's interested in maybe providing a place, we're getting therapists, this is actually gonna bring more business. So different things like that. If you know anyone who wants to partner with us to get this going, we want this and you need it. So, and this will absolutely help where they're not going into the hospital. So it's stopping that process, right? Okay. So I just want to throw that out there. So you guys are pretty involved. If you run into anyone who's interested, you see it, call me up and let me know. My CEO will be right there on the Zoom call, and we'll get this started. Okay. Next. Okay, so this is one of the services that we provide. We always like to tell you about our specialty services, ECT. There's a lot more on the website. So basically, you just go in and they hook you up. It literally looks like this. It's like a little shock. The percentage rate on it is about 70 to 83%. It is the treatment resistant, so they've done everything that they can, and now we're at this point. Okay, so we just like to provide that. You can always Google it and get more information. And then this is our insurance list. Of course, it's not an exhaustive list. There's a bunch more. And then, of course, our uninsured. We do like to make sure. This is the only county where we never run out of contract beds. Only county. So you should have beds with us all the time. There should not be one person who's sitting in the hospital, just to say, okay? So I just want to make that clear because all the other counties run out, and every time I ask, they're like, we always have beds for Brazos Valley. Wow. Yeah, so. And then there's my information. That is my cell phone number, and then this is my new email. We were bought out by another facility, but we're still Woodland Springs. That's just why my email has changed to LifePoint. So, and then there's our office, and you can always text me, you can always call me. I'm always available, except for on Sundays, because that's my rest day with the Lord. Any questions? No? Yeah?
Not a question, I'll just say, I took one of our clients out to y'all probably 2 months ago, a month or two ago, and it was a great experience. Any kid in care hates the hospital, and she went voluntarily, and so I got to see the process from the inside, and your assessors were great. She had a really good experience.
We love to hear that. And please, if you have good, bad, whatever, tell me, because we want to hear the good, the bad, the ugly. We're not perfect. We're absolutely not perfect, but I will do my best, and my CEO will do the best to fix the problem. And yeah, so that's all I can offer.
All right, thank you very much. Who's next?
Hey guys, I'm Casey Van Norman. Thank you so much. It truly is an honor to be in your presence. I feel very grateful because I am the director of a baby new nonprofit in town, like 3 months old. So I want to go ahead and introduce that to you as my first goal, to let you know that we exist, that we're here. We're called the Madewell House. This is our information right here. If you do not have one of these on your table, I'll make sure to get you one before the day is out. You can go to madewellhouse.com and find all of our information and contact information. We've been open 3 months at the end of October, and we have 128 members currently serving in 3 months. 128 members we are serving. We are unique to this area. We are a for-profit nonprofit, meaning we have licensed professional experienced staff. I'm a licensed counselor of 20 years, a trauma specialist of 20 years, and we are all paid by our members fair market value for our trade. We have a physician on staff, a nutritionist on staff, a personal trainers on staff, group fitness options for you, a massage therapist. We would be called, I guess, the bougie nonprofit of Brazos County, but here's what's awesome. We are rooted in one thing, and that is relationship. Made well is taken from the story in Matthew chapter 9, the Gospel of Matthew, when there's this woman who's been suffering for 12 years. And we know that she has a physical suffering going on, but I think there's a lot of other things going on, because at that time you are outcast if you are a woman, and you are unclean. And so she is the minority, marginalized population of her community. And after 12 years of this suffering, she knows that Jesus is down the road. And so she's going to risk everything. Everything. She could have been stoned to death for this choice. But she is so desperate, and she is so hopeless, and she is so in despair that she is willing to risk it. And so she moves to him touches the hem of his robe. And what is so fascinating about this story is that, first of all, we want to acknowledge how brave she is. She is so brave to be at her breaking point and ask for help. But what Jesus does is remarkable, and it's actually what all of you do every single day. And I just want to say thank you. It brings me to tears thinking of what you do. He stopped what he was doing. And so many of the world is not stopping what they are doing. He turned around to her, which was, completely contrary to the culture as well. He looked at her and he gave her one simple truth: your faith alone, just the fact that you were willing to believe against all hope, has made you well. And that simple picture is the picture of what we at the Madewell House want to duplicate over and over and over in the lives of our members. That relationship alone, a sustainable, healthy, life-giving relationship, is the key to wellness. Now, we're using all of the tools that we have at our disposal: counseling, fitness, nutrition, health and wellness labs, consult. So we're using all of those things to meet you there, but really what we're doing is creating a safe, warm environment through our home. Our space is literally a historic home in downtown Bryan. It is warm, it is homey, and we're creating those opportunities for all members of all socioeconomic class to get together and meet each other. For example, I'll say Karen, she is my wealthy, pays her full session of a standard rate of counseling service an hour and comes to receive counseling at the Madewell House. She lives in South College Station. She'd be the first to tell you that she has resources and means. And she was born into that and has never known anything different. So this week, Karen came to the Madewell House for her weekly counseling session. Also sitting next to her on the couch at the Madewell House, I'll say Jen. Jen was sitting next to Karen. Jen is our sponsored member. And our sponsored member is paid for by the 10% of Karen's fee. And as that totals up, then Jen gets to come to her counseling session. Jen is 3 years sober, living in a safe home directly out of human trafficking. And she is also receiving the same licensed professional counseling service, with her meeting with her nutritionist, meeting with her doctor, going to her yoga class if she chooses to, going to do some personal training. Same thing, because that is really the truth of the gospel. We are all on the same ground. And so there is Karen, there is Jen, and Karen doesn't know it, but she's actually resourcing Jen's support and services. But they get to meet through a relationship, and they become one. And they know each other, and they see each other, and they look in each other's eyes, and they tell each other stories. So all we are doing at the Madewell House is creating that opportunity over and over. Now, you can learn more at madewellhouse.com. I want to get you to lunch. We're excited about this opportunity. 10% of all of our services that are provided at the Madewell House go into our sponsorship fund to sponsor individuals who fall below the federal poverty line. And furthermore, we do offer a sliding scale of all of our services based on your annual household income. That said, what I really was excited to tell you is, starting in January, now you got to make a note of the Madewell House, and when you email me personally, you can just call the number there on the website, or you can email me personally. That's Casey, K-A-S-E-Y, Van Norman, V-A-N-N, 2 N's, O-R-M-A-N, @gmail.com, or madewellhouse.com, whichever one you remember. I will be your point person. And starting in January, we would like to offer free mental health services to all nonprofit personnel. We cannot do this without you. And I've been doing this 20 years. And I can't give what I don't have. I've tried, and I've burned out time and time again. Or I've become resentful and bitter at my work. You are so important to this community. And we can't do it all. We don't need to do it all because God's still on the throne. So I have a lot of freedom to not do it all, but here's what we can do. We can offer you, starting in January, as a nonprofit provider and personnel, free mental health services for you to make sure that you are full, that you have a space that is safe, judgment-free, that meets you where you are to process all that you are receiving. So please reach out to me. That is for you. I'm going to leave that with you, and then you got to take that effort to come and meet me because you want it. But I'm going to meet you there, and I'm going to get you what you need. And listen, if you want to join me in a little strength training class, I would love that too. We can do a little breath work together. We have a beautiful courtyard. We have a beautiful office space. We have a beautiful home. And we would love for you, as nonprofit leaders, would you like to use this space? If you have a meeting, if you have a luncheon, if you have an office retreat you would like to, please reach out. And I would love to make this home your home. This is your meeting space. This is meant to be your house. So thank you for allowing me the space to introduce you to the Madewell House.
All right, come on down, Mrs. Brazos Valley. Tracy.
So first off, I don't have a presentation. I was kind of the very last minute thing, but I do have all my business cards with me if y'all want anything, and of course I'll give y'all my phone number. But I'm with Promises Brazos Valley. How many of y'all, like just a show of hands, are familiar, heard of Promises Brazos Valley? Okay, good. All right. So for those of you that don't know, we're obviously in College Station. We bought out the old Rock Prairie Hospital. And I know that was a big hit for this community to lose that hospital. I do want to be clear, we are not an inpatient hospital. Like Dawn said, Woodland Springs would be that kind of facility for setting up someone who is truly in a crisis, suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, any of those things. However, this is how we do serve the community. If you have anyone that's come to you, whether it's through professional, personal, whatever it might be, and they're looking for the following. If they're looking for detox, all right, just need detox, right, just substance use, they do not have to go to the ER. Again, that's a big problem in Brazos Valley, that people immediately just like, okay, I need to go to the hospital. This is when you, again, would call me directly. You can call me, you could text me, and we would walk through the options, all right? That second program or level of care that we offer is residential treatment. And residential treatment, again, to be very clear, is when someone is stabilized. So again, if it's substance use, like, hey, they need rehabilitation. Or it's co-occurring, which is honestly, that's more often. Typically, mental health and substance use go hand in hand. So whether it's trauma, anxiety, depression, bipolar, schizophrenia, schizoaffective, any of those things, but they're also abusing, certain substances, and they want to get treatment. It's typically about 30 days, and we have a 72-bed facility. Now, just to be clear, for the substance use program, it's about 50 of those beds. And then I want to make sure y'all know, because a lot of people still aren't aware, that at Promises, we also have a mental health program. But again, they have to be stabilized. So if someone calls me, and this happens often, they call me and say, hey, my sister needs to go in. She's been living with schizophrenia, and she really needs more longer-term treatment. Like, she keeps going to the psych hospitals. She's there for like a week or so, gets out, and then resets, and then goes back, and then goes back. That's the most common thing, right? Like, they've been to maybe 10 psych hospitals in the last 2 or 5 years, or sometimes 6 months. And that's when they need residential treatment. They need to be in a place where they're going to get longer-term treatment. We're going to be able to really look at their medications and look at, what is happening. How can they live their life with their mental health diagnosis? But the big thing is, I'll get these calls, and I will always ask, like, are they currently in crisis? well, yes, that's why they're calling me. I'm like, okay, we have to have them stabilized. And unfortunately, crisis is kind of a subjective word, right? I mean, like, it's kind of like trauma. Trauma is very subjective. Like, someone calls me and they're just in tears, and I'm like, oh my God, who died? And they're like, oh, I just got like a ticket, and I'm like, seriously? So, I mean, just like trauma and just like crisis, that is subjective. So don't ever be worried to call me. I mean, that's my job to kind of say, hey, based on the kind of crisis you're having, we've got to get you stabilized first. And then you would come directly to us once you're stabilized. And we do that, of course. One, we're not a facility to stabilize patients. It could be because for, you know, a hindrance for our other clients that are with us, our staff, everything. We're more set up for those clients that are stabilized and they just need the tool on how to live their life with whatever mental health diagnosis. And that applies again to the substance use program and co-occurring as well. We are 18 and up, so it is all adults. We of course are a for-profit hospital. So unfortunately, you know, for those, you know, clients that are completely unfunded, there's, you know, we don't offer scholarships or anything like that. So normally I'll help them with other services, or obviously there are a lot of great nonprofit organizations. That's when I would lean on people like y'all to kind of see where I can help and send them to. But we do take pretty much all insurances, including most managed Medicaid programs, which is kind of unheard of in the treatment world. Most places only take private insurance. I will say the only kind of insurance we don't take, unfortunately, it's because is Medicare, and that is because unfortunately Medicare does not pay for treatment. You have to utilize state funds if you have Medicare. So that's something that a lot of people don't realize until they call me and they're like, wait, what, with Medicare? So yeah, but all of the managed Medicaid plans, obviously the private insurance, the marketplace plans, we see a lot of those now. And then of course, the military plans and veteran plans. So we're very, very lucky. And for our facility, I would love if any of y'all want to tour the facility, be happy to like give y'all a tour of it. But what people are always surprised when they go in, kind of like even what Dom was saying, like you just have this vision of what it is. But a treatment facility, especially one that's more residential, it's intended to look like someone's home. Like I always say, when I go to the facility for whatever reason, I'm a guest in their home. And it should feel like that. Like they should feel like they walk, all the doors are open. Obviously in an acute hospital, that's not the case. You know, there's a lot of eyes on you. You can't go through certain doors, and that's just to protect them. But that's not how it is for ours. All the doors are open. They want to go into the art room. Great. You want to go into the gymnasium, the workout room. You can do any of those. We have several courtyards throughout the facility with different types of recreational activities, like volleyball nets, a putting course, several disc golf, and then we also have yoga and Tai Chi as well. And we do separate the yoga and Tai Chi by gender, because obviously there's certain poses and certain meditation that we want the genders to be completely separate with that. And then we have a chef on site. So everyone, no matter what, you know, kind of insurance you have, you're getting the same type of food. And that's a big thing with them looking at it. And then all of our therapy modalities are evidence-based. It's a big thing. People call me, okay, how do you utilize 12-step? And we do utilize it, but it's not our foundation because we're using evidence-based therapies. So looking at CBT and DBT. And then we also just rolled out, it's very exciting, is measured-based care. And this is big because what it does now is every single week our clients are there. We do 2 different types of assessments to see where they are at in their treatment. Because sometimes people, of course, do progress, but sometimes people regress as well. And if they do, we can't just keep going on the modalities we're using. And unfortunately, a lot of treatment facilities do that. So what we do is we actually will go backwards if we need to look at the tools that we need to start utilizing to help them progress. And we'll do that every single week. And it allows us to measure their care. It allows the client to see where they're at. And it also shows that it's all individualized, because that's another big thing. Most programs, you know, you have that, everyone's following it. And we don't do that. Everything's individualized because everyone comes in with different things. Everyone's a different person. So you just can't do certain base points. And then if they're in the Brazos Valley and they need transportation to our facility, that is always something that we can do. Sometimes I get that question. Does anybody have questions about anything with promises? Great. Well, and just to let y'all know, we do, of course, we have the facility here in College Station, but I've had people ask me like, hey, I don't really want my husband, wife, child, whatever, to be in, Bryan College Station. Maybe they feel like that's not a good setup for them to be that close. I have 2 other facilities. So one is in Wimberley, like the Hill Country area, and then the other one is in Houston. It's the same thing. If they don't need to be in Brazos Valley, we'll obviously look at one of the other facilities. Okay. All right. Like I said, I do have my business cards. Best way to reach me is my cell phone, so I'll give that to y'all. And again, you can call me, text me, whatever you would like. So my cell phone is 512-470-9409. All right, thank you.
That's awesome. Okay, well, what y'all think of the day? It was so good. We still have What's Up with CPB later, and I hope during lunch you will actually get to know each other at the table. Are we ready? Back there? Is it ready for serve? Let's eat. Do we have 1 line or 2? Can we get 2 lines back there? Okay. Do we want to do the back? Let's do the back and then the middle and then let's do it that way. Okay? Let's see. So then y'all can network and leave and not have to wait for this. So anybody that has What's Up, come after Harold.
October 31st, which is next Tuesday, here at the Brazos Valley Council of Government, we are having for our FSS program, we are having a health fair from 10 to 2. It's open to the public. We have about 29 vendors, is that correct? 20 different vendors that will be here from the Brazos County Health Department to other organizations. So if you have clients or anyone that needs to come, have them come. We have the Glenn College nursing students are going to be out here. They're going to be doing blood pressure checks, checking cholesterol, those type of things. So this is an opportunity for that, like I said, on October 31st between 10 and 2 here. The second thing I want to bring up is we will be having the Homeless Coalition meeting here. It will be held, and let me look at my calendar here, it's November 14th, I believe. Yes, from 11:30 to 1. If you are not a part of the Homeless Coalition, we would invite you to come. We will be holding that here, like I said, on November the 14th. And then also we will be having our FSS graduation for our housing clients. And that's going to be on what day again, Barbara? November 9th. That'll start at 2 o'clock. So well, if you're interested in coming, please let us know so we can make sure we have room for you. Okay? Thank you.
Anybody else next? Do we have a next? I know we do.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Hey y'all. Hi, Amber Robertson. I wear 2 hats, NAMI Brazos Valley. So if you need some help with mental health, we do offer classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays from 6:30 to 8 for our families that are supporting someone with a mental health illness. And on Thursdays, if you have someone that is dealing with a mental health illness, then feel free to come out to our support groups. There's no charge, totally free. And then we have our peer support specialist who is actually accepting appointments right now, Miss Melissa Lozon, and she is looking for new people to support because it's a cycle, if you know, especially with the holiday season coming up. Want to make sure that those resources are available. On Monday, Angie Bates will be hosting our mental health first aid class. She still is accepting names until tomorrow it'll be at the Health District with Miss Felicia. So that's for NAMI Brazos Valley. Brazos Valley Blessings is the nonprofit that I'm a founder of, a community outreach organization. We're hosting our 3rd annual gala on December the 9th. It is to support marginalized youth in our community to have a Christmas holiday. Right now, tentatively, I think we have about 200 kids signed up as of today. So over 115 families that need our support. Tickets are $75. I know that all of us are in the fundraising season right now, but these are our kids that typically do not get a Christmas if we don't support. We partner with other agencies, like we compare our list with Project Unity, Friendly Your People, some of Salvation Army, Reach, On-Ramp. We add them to our list, so there aren't MCH, so they're in SARC, so there's no duplication of resources in our community. So if you have someone, we are still taking names from different agencies, but no longer from the mass public. But yeah, we would love to have y'all there. This is our goal to raise $30,000 this year. We're halfway there, thank God. We've never made that much money, so look at God. But yeah, we love to have y'all out. Thank you.
Is that it?
Click it up, just click it up.
Okay. My name is Hannah. I'm with the workforce office right here across the hallway. We have our largest career fair of the year coming up next Thursday. If y'all haven't heard, it's Hiring Red, White, and You. It's at Legends Event Center from 9 to 1. So if you have clients that are looking to get back to work, if you have positions you want to fill, we'd love to have you guys out there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. Okay, so my name is Taylor Duncan. I'm the Director of Education and Outreach over at SARC Sexual Assault Resource Center. We are starting our new cycle for advocates. So if you know someone who's looking for a volunteer opportunity, who wants to serve, our Winter Advocate Program will start November 27th, so right after the Thanksgiving holiday, and end December 14th. We'll go Monday through Thursday, 5:30 to 8:30, and that's just training them to be able to be an advocate for us, whether that's through our hotline, through our accompaniments to the hospital, or court. So if anybody's want to do that, just let them know, and they can contact us, and we'll get them signed up and go through that process.
How many hours?
Overall, we do 40 hours with them. 10 is self-study, and 30 would be with us. The winter training and the summer trainings are always fully online, so they don't even have to come physically be with us, although if you haven't toured our new facility, it's really nice. We're over there by the taco bar, so you can get lunch and then come over and tour with us, just let me know. But yeah, so the winter one is completely online, so they don't even have to step foot out of their house.
One more announcement. One of the programs that we have is a nonprofit organization. It's called Christmas Program. And for y'all that are not familiar with that, every year for Christmas, a lot of our senior adults in nursing homes that are homebound, they do not actually get anything for Christmas. May not have family come see them. So many years ago, we here at the BDCOG, we started a nonprofit organization, and we raise funds and collect funds so that we can provide some type of a gift to them. And we would collaborate with a lot of the nursing homes, with the AAA organization here, and provide those something to them so they may have some crossword puzzles, a blanket, whatever they might need, just so that they know that they're loved. Work with the school districts, and they help decorate the bags for these kids, help to develop Christmas cards to them, just so that they have something to do. And so on First Friday coming up in downtown Bryan, we will have a booth there for the senior Christmas program. So if you're downtown on Friday for that First Friday, just stop by, see some of the information we have. We are taking donations online through that. You can go to our website at bbcog.org, and there's a link payments to, and one of them's there for our senior Christmas. Just anything like that would be beneficial, but just to think about those individuals that may not get anything, their families, and so it really is a big blessing to be a part of that.
I mean, so did y'all know Baby Cat is really in the house? Oh, sorry. No, come on. I'm just making an announcement. I just want to make one announcement. I mean, they're so like subtle. They're just here in this beautiful place. Derek, Lisa, and Jessica. How many of y'all have used BB Brazos Valley Community Action Programs as if they are your only friend in times of need?
You see my hand, Derek?
Just Project Unity? Oh my gosh, it's just Project Unity. And I am so serious, y'all. This group, how many counties y'all serve? This group serves 12 counties, but we at Project Unity believe they should only be ours. I'm serious, y'all. I just don't know what we'd ever do without being able to call y'all. And so, they're here. They didn't make a scream. They're like, we just came to eat lunch. We're trying to learn about everybody. But y'all don't know y'all don't know us. Don't call us. But we all know that they're here in this community with, they'll probably say we don't have money, but with utility assistance, rent, just in times of dire crisis that we cannot find any other resource, even if they can't do it, they do it. We just beat them into doing it. And we do beat them into submission. Poor Lisa. But they're still here at BBCAP. They're just amazing. Oh my gosh, you're so great. And I do want to say on that, we're always not trying to partner. It's just if somebody owes $1,000, we're trying to put together 100 from us, 100 from someone else, 100 from someone else to get 1,000 to help somebody. And so, in just thinking about that, just beware, you might be getting calls. We'll do 250, you do 100. This is how we work with BBCAP constantly. We don't ask them to do the whole. We try to come in little bitty piece and make them do so much more. But I just wanted to say my appreciation because y'all haven't been to any CPB meeting that I've noticed. Because they don't want to be seen. But anyway, this is them.
I failed to mention that the Madewell House is having our grand opening on Thursday, November 9th from 7 to 9 p.m. and you are all invited. Please bring your staff. We would love for you to tour the property, see the house, and meet all of our providers. So that's Thursday, November 9th, 7 to 9 p.m. We are the house on the corner of East 27th and Preston, which is right between St. Joseph's Catholic Church and the Methodist Church.
Awesome. Come on. Yeah, we have sat in these rooms and said there's nothing. We've said there's no affordable housing. We've said there's no mental health services. I've been here listening when there was actually very few parenting programs here. Look what we've done. As a community, even if a broader community doesn't see the need, we see what has happened every day. And Max, I don't know if he's still here, but the entrepreneurship that is those of us who didn't take classes but have developed our own kind of thing based on just that compassion and that passion for solving problems. And we've come up with some pretty wonderful programs based upon huge need. And yes, there's still huge need, but today, I guess my cup is getting full. I usually leave going, how are we ever going to solve anything we just heard today? But today, it feels full, and the CPB admin, Harold, Debbie, Art, the CPB admin that met prior to this meeting, and Harold started it. He said, we just have to get back to the basics with CPB. CPB just doesn't know what's going on in the community. And we need to get back to the basics today. And this is how we started, was just really to hear what's going on so that we can take that to our own agencies and do a better job of what we're doing. And I think today we accomplished that. So, please enjoy your cookies. There's plenty more food. Kathy's like, please go get cookies. Please go get the cookies. And actually now talk to people. Sorry. I just want to be sure we didn't leave before the what's up. But we're through over here.
1, 2, 3, team.
Oh, and make sure you sign that sheet. There better be 96 people signing that sheet.